Hello.
Hello.
All right, I think we're going.
Hello.
All right.
Welcome, folks. Welcome. I'm just checking to see if Angela's here yet. All right. You're online. Welcome, everybody. Are we on? Welcome, everybody, to the fourth Indiana Green Party Congress. I'm glad everyone could make it here today. We're going to get started right away with introducing our local groups and our delegates. Um, First off, let me introduce a representative from the Circle City Greens, Adam.
Hello. Let me see if I can get this up. My name is Adam. Yeah, I'm currently the interim chair for the Circle City Greens. We are an official chapter in a regional caucus that covers Indianapolis, all the surrounding areas. The counties include Marion, Boone, Hamilton, Hancock, Shelby, Jordan, Morgan, and Hendricks. Ideally, we would like each of those counties to form their own group, but in the meantime, until they're up and going, we're here to kind of help organize everybody until we have enough people to get to that point. We used to meet downtown in person, downtown Indianapolis, at the beginning of every month, but we currently use Zoom to meet virtually. We had a candidate run last year for city council. We were able to successfully petition to get him on the ballot, which was pretty big for us. Um, we would likely have two candidates running for state house this year if it were not for the pandemic. It was nearly impossible for us to petition this year, as most of you know. Many would argue that it would have been irresponsible even for us to get out there. So we're awaiting legal action like everyone. But in the meantime, we can now focus on spreading the green message around Indy, recruiting troops, campaigning for Howie and his goal of 5% of the popular vote to qualify for federal grants. And that's what we're doing.
Thank you, Adam. Next up is the Monroe County Greens, and I believe they're being represented by Randy Paul. Randy.
Hi. Yeah, I'm the co-chair of the Monroe County Greens. A year ago this month, we first started. I resigned from the Democratic Party after 40 years of working with them to set up the Green Party. We qualified as a caucus in the first 30 days that we started. We've become a pretty active chapter. We've qualified for all the requirements to become a party chair or a chair in Monroe County. And right now we are still organizing and still recruiting. We've been hurt, obviously, by the pandemic. A large base of our membership will be coming from IU, and they were, dismissed earlier. They're coming back. We're not sure yet how long it's going to be before we get to full strength. I did decide to run as county commissioner down here, knowing that being a write-in was going to be very difficult. We really, for every reason that's been stated so far, the pandemic keeps us from getting on the ballot as far as petitioning. But I felt that if we ran, even as a write-in, it gives us a microphone, it gives us a platform. We can talk about the issues we want to talk about. And if you were down here and watching the press, you would think there's only two parties in Monroe County, the Green Party and the Democratic Party. So I think even though it's unlikely I'm going to win, I think there's value in running, and hopefully we'll get our message out better that way.
Thank you, Randy. Next up is the Northwest Indiana Green Party Caucus. I believe speaking for them will be Joe Kahn, if Joe is here. Michael Cooper.
Joe, are you there?
I'm there. Go ahead, Mike.
It's noon here in Northwest Indiana, so it's lunchtime.
All right.
Joe, go ahead.
Okay, I'll do it. Mike's being humble. He's been out there being probably our most active member. He was recently doing some work on some rezoning for some commercial property that included a lot of wetlands and a major stream in Northwest Indiana and a beautiful woods. And they were skirting the law on getting this thing developed. two different entities. So he's been doing that. Mike ran for city council last year. I ran for city council at large in Hobart. He ran in Portage, and our previous INGP chair, Sue Brown, ran for council in Valparaiso. So we had three candidates. We're all out involved in a bunch of different organizations in Northwest Indiana, outside of the Green Party. But we attend whatever we can in terms of public events these days. So that's about it. We formed, started forming in 2016. We are a recognized chapter of the INGP, and I've been serving as treasurer, interim treasurer for the last since March, I guess. That's
Thank you, Joe. What? I think he's breaking up. Thank you, Joe. Next up is Sarah Dillon from the Vigo County Greens, and she's always active in stuff.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sarah Dillon. I'm the coordinator of the Vigo County Green Party. We have officially filed as a caucus just a few days ago. Right now, we're helping out on, last year I ran for city council here in Terre Haute. I got close to 9% of the vote. Right now we are in the middle of doing some actions like Black Lives Matter protests, upcoming federal executions, and starting like next year we'll be doing like mutual aid and other stuff in anticipation for 2022. So that's pretty much it for Vigo County. Hopefully we will be beginning the process of organizing as an official local here in the next coming weeks. Our next meeting is on September the 9th over on Zoom. And that's pretty much it. You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I muted myself not to make noise on Sarah. Next up is the person organizing the Delaware County Greens, S. Anthony Amstutz, and he's here to tell you about the Delaware County Greens.
Hello, my name is Anthony, and the Delaware County Greens kind of has been inactive for the last year. There was some activity. As you probably remember, in 2018, George Wolf, who was present in this meeting, he lives here in Muncie, Indiana, and he ran for Secretary of State and ran a very fine campaign. And there was another person who ran for, I believe, city council. I'm not sure how much she got. She is no longer a member of the Indiana Green Party, as I understand. And I feel like in 2019, there was like a cooling off period and that not a whole lot went on and there was no official meetings. And still in 2020, there has not been any official meetings. There is a handful of us. And I feel like with the state of Muncie, one, the pandemic is been on a rise here. In the last week, we've had 2 deaths from the pandemic in Delaware County, and our case numbers have been on the rise. So I really did not feel that I could ask anybody to come together except through Zoom, really. And 2, with the state of Muncie politics, if you know the history of Muncie and what has been going on, Muncie politics is particularly toxic these last several years. And I feel that the group would probably best be served as sort of an action group, like an activist group. And there are luckily other groups here in town that are very much into the Black Lives Matter movement and such. And I feel that we would best be served as assisting them and helping them. We are not running any candidates right now. I feel like I just kind of want to sit tight and kind of cool off, and then maybe have some Zoom meetings. And then after the November election and the chips fall where they are, we could then begin organizing and discussing for 2022. And I would really like the nature of our group to not be antagonistic with other liberal progressives, regardless of what party they're from in the area, but rather I would work in concert with them and talk about the issues. It's really been very heartfelt. A couple months ago, well, a few months ago, we had a wonderful Black Lives Matter demonstration on Ball State campus that went from the campus to downtown City Hall, and there was at least a couple thousand people involved in that, and that was really nice to see that there is progressives here in Delaware County, and there is a thriving progressive streak that runs through here. I just feel that because of the nature of the general election and of the pandemic, I feel like we need to lay a little low until after the general election, and then we can kind of come out a little bit and see who's willing to take greater part with us once we get this whole Trump Biden thing over with, because that's all people want to focus on.
Thank you so much, Anthony.
Thank you.
Appreciate you stepping up and talking. Next on the list is the statewide unaffiliated Green Caucus, which we do statewide meetings. That'll be me. We do statewide meetings on monthlies, the fourth Tuesday of the month, and we do it here in Zoom. And this Zoom is available to all the different Indiana Green Party groups that want to use the Zoom to have meetings. We use that meeting to convey information from the coordinating committee, the state, to the local groups. We also use that meeting sometimes to help teach about the Green Party or teach about Green Party values. We use it to communicate back and forth, find out what the membership wants and is thinking, and have them be able to participate and have their voices heard by the entire state. And plus, we're coordinating the state together and working together as a whole. Next up, I don't know if it's Randy or Terry who's going to speak to this, the Disability Caucus. Who will be speaking for the Disability Caucus? Hi, Terry.
Randy can go ahead since he's going to chair it.
Okay. Randy Paul is the chair of the Indiana Disability Caucus, Green Party Disability Caucus. Your mute is on, Randy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think the caucus was formed, I believe, last month, so we haven't had our official meeting yet. The reason it came up was that I know in Monroe County and other counties that very big, like the ADA, are not being followed in kind of a brazen fashion. In Bloomington, I fought for the ADA compliance for almost 15 years now, and with very minor victories. And the county commissioners have just flat out decided not to comply. And doing surveys around the state, that's not unusual. So I fought for the ADA before it became law, and I thought that was hard. Actually, since it's become law, it's even harder to get it to be complied. And so I'm hoping with the caucus we can put not only attention on the non-compliance, but also the importance for having it in place. There are people, and I would include myself twice, have been hurt because there just wasn't basic accessibility in buildings. I got hit by a car because there wasn't clearance in a crosswalk. So, I mean, this isn't, for many people, this may just be an academic exercise, but for a lot of us, it's life and death kind of issues out there that you can really severely get hurt. I was laid up for 6 months when I got hit by the car. So to me, it's a very serious issue, and I hopefully the Green Party and the caucus can bring some light to it and not just work on it in places like Monroe County, but statewide.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you very much for stepping up there. Next up on our agenda is Harrison McNabb is going to speak to you about the Indiana Green Party Lavender Green Caucus. He's the chair.
Thanks, Polito. So the Lavender Green Caucus is a identity caucus focused on LGBTQ plus issues and members. We're just getting started as a state caucus. We had our first meeting earlier this month. We're still trying to organize the second meeting. What we did in that first meeting was just have a general discussion about issues facing LGBTQ plus people in Indiana right now, and sort of the general direction we'd like to go as an organization and how we'd like to function as a group. But we don't have a lot of details ironed out yet. Our next meeting, we are planning on developing a mission statement to sort of act as a guiding principle for both our long-term goals and more short-term, like what we want to focus on in the next year type of thing as we start developing. But so if this interests you, keep an eye on the Indiana Green Party Facebook page. I'll be posting about our next meeting there soon. And we'll also have our own page up and running soon. I don't think we've actually put in the paperwork to be a caucus yet, but that'll be happening soon as well.
Thank you, Harrison. I really appreciate you stepping up and telling us about the Lavender Greens. We are looking to form much more caucuses, and there's one that is not on a national level that I'd like to see formed here in Indiana because it is a very big issue here. I'm trying to get people to put together the Indiana Green Party Cannabis Caucus. Because I think we are surrounded by states that cannabis is legal, and we're the only illegal state here. Next up on our agenda is the introduction of our candidate, Randy Paul. Randy Paul has 40 years experience in politics and spends his time working with the Green Party and playing with his grandkids. Currently, the Indiana Green Party's candidate for Monroe County Commissioner. Randy Paul? You're on mute. You're muted.
Sorry, I'm trying to shut it off so when I'm coughing, it doesn't interrupt everybody, but
I understand.
Thanks. Yes, I think, strangely enough, I think documentarian is one of the more important positions on the executive committee. And typically in organizations I've been involved with is always the last one to be recruited. And normally the person doing it is similar to being a secretary that get dragged into the position. I've always thought it's one of the more important ones because not only do they do the minutes, which I think is important, and they need to be accurate and objective, but I've always saw it as being the person who really writes the history of the organization. I've always saw it as being if somebody 5 years from now or 10 years from now has a question about what we were doing today and why, talking about how the pandemic has affected the elections or whatever, that they be able to go back to the minutes and get a short version of why we made decisions, why it was important at the time, and also be able to look at it and say, were the reasons that were presented back then, is it still relevant now? So I find the documentarian to be a really important spot. I think it's also to be a leader within the executive committee. I think I've shown my abilities to recruit and organize in Bloomington, and I certainly intend on trying to be an active member on the executive committee. So I look forward to this, and I hope I get a sufficient number of votes to get it. Thanks.
Thank you, Randy. Next up, where is it? Sarah is going to be giving us the summary of the Green Party U.S. Convention. I believe there's a slideshow involved with it too.
I'll wait until the slideshow comes up.
Pardon?
I'll wait until the slideshow comes up. Do you want me to?
We'll have some background humming or something. Adam's working hard. Thank you, Adam.
Whoa.
Done.
Ready, Sarah?
Ready. Hi there. My name is Sarah Dillon. I'm speaking as the delegation reporter for the Indiana Green Party's for the Presidential Nominating Convention and Annual National Meeting. This would be the Green Party of the United States convention. So I have a very short slideshow. Hopefully Adam can get this to work. Do you want me to do the share screen?
Is it not working for you? I can see it.
I see the presentation.
Okay. Oh,
You
yeah.
have-
Just tell me when to go to the next slide if that's what
Okay.
you're looking for.
Next slide. This is basically an information presentation that I'm giving. It has a bunch of links. I'll make this available on social media and give my email address if anyone wants this. This is when I was giving Indiana Green. This image was when I was giving the roll call at the convention. Next slide. Here's the this was the website for the this was the convention website. There's a bunch of resources on there from the workshops that were given on the Thursday and Friday, and there was the official image. Next slide. Thursday and Friday there was a series of workshops related to the Green Party. This was all the presentations. These are all on the Green Party's website, on the workshop website. They're very valuable. They were very valuable workshops. I went to a couple. They have asterisks on it. And then on Sunday after the convention, the Howie Hawkins, Angela Walker campaign gave a strategy session. Next link. Along with those workshops, there was, some of them had some workshop materials. So like the Racing to Ruin, what is a resource, which is organizing tools. One's for an eco-socialist Green New Deal, one for their CRM, for their strategic plan, and there was a large workshop on monetary reform. Next slide. There's also a couple of videos. The first part is all the press conferences that happened during the convention. And the second part is the actual convention on Saturday, I think it was the 11th, at the bottom. Next slide. The last one is was one of the things that we voted on at the convention was the party platform for the Green Party of the United States platform. They do this the National Committee votes on this every 2 years. So this is for the this is the link for the 2020 platform. Last slide. And that's pretty much it. If you're wanting this presentation, you can email me, but I will also post this on the Indiana Green Party Facebook group, etc. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate that. Next up on our agenda here, we're going to have Joe Kahn speak again. He's going to be talking to us about the bylaw platform changes that he's been working on. And he's been working really hard on this stuff.
Thanks, Pluto. Yeah, it became pretty apparent over the last couple of years that our bylaws had some problems, and so we formed a committee last year, for a bunch of different reasons, including the lack of ability of its chairman, which was me. We really never had a chance to meet. We got close a couple of times and talked to one another on the phone or on Facebook page, messages, but we just never did get a chance to meet. So as the convention started to draw near, I just basically took it on myself to get started to do a draft. And so I went through the entire bylaws and tried to clean up things, that when we got reconstituted as a state party back in 2016, I think it was. I don't know exactly how our bylaws got put into place, but we did it at the convention. I was there when it happened, and I voted on them. But the drafting I wasn't involved with. But they were a little disjointed. For example, we have executive officers, a chairperson, and a co-chairperson, but they were also referred to as coordinators in the bylaws. There was a power sharing arrangement in the bylaws, which in theory sounded like a real good egalitarian democratic sort of way of doing business, and in practice it turned out to be I think more of a problem than it was a solution. So one of the revisions that I made was to do what most organizations do, is to have a hierarchical setup where you have a chairperson and then an assistant chairperson who takes over for the chairperson when the chair is unavailable. And so that's how I redrafted that. So anyway, there was a number of things. We cleaned up what was pretty fuzzy about how you become a recognized chapter.
I'm sorry, I'll mute that.
Okay, so how you become a recognized chapter, and so you first start out as affiliated chapter. You first start out as an unrecognized caucus, and then you become a recognized caucus, and then the meter starts, and you have a year to become a fully affiliated chapter. So that was spelled out more clearly. We added some things about membership and officers and the time that they need to be a member of the Green Party before they become they can be an officer. Just a number of things that were in there that it seemed like make the party more functional and make the organizational structure more functional. Well, when the draft got done, I submitted it to the various versions of it to the coordinating committee, and for their review, and then that came back, and subsequent to that, I think we've had 3 different contributions to it, or sessions to it to tweak it and to review it and make additions to the bylaws. So that's where we're at with it. The document there is, I think, the best I could do to get it to where I think we'd be a more smooth and operating organization. By the way, I was the principal author of the bylaws for the Northwest Indiana GP when we were created, and I also was the principal author of a set of bylaws that we created for another group that I'm a co-founder of, called the Northwest Indiana Medicare for All group. So I had a little bit of experience at doing this, and that's kind of why I felt arrogant enough or whatever to go take this thing on and try and just get it done. But I while I have a certain pride of authorship in all this, this was not just me doing it. A lot of other people had the opportunity to put their eyes on it, and it was made public a day or so ago, posted on the thing. So I humbly submit these bylaws for consideration, and hopefully it can be passed. Under our current bylaws, there's a rather elaborate procedure for amending them, but there's also a more practical procedure that if this group, this Congress sees fit to pass this, we need 75% vote to pass them on today. All right, and that's that. I'll have any questions, be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate you talking about that. Now, on to our next thing is, as I've often stated, the Green Party was born from and rooted in activism. Angela Walker is a veteran working class activist with decades of experience working for racial and economic justice in social movements, unions, and as an independent socialist candidate from her youth. Angela Walker is a mother of one, a grandmother of five. She's a fierce advocate of the rights of Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, the LGBTQIA plus community, labor, and the earth itself. I am honored to introduce Angela Walker to the Indiana Green Party Congress. Yay! Yay!
How do you follow that? I am so honored to be here. So honored to be talking to you. And this is really funny. I'm sorry y'all are getting me on my phone because I'm actually on my laptop with Missouri Convention like simultaneously. So yeah, this hey guys, this is amazing. And I just want you all to know that Howie and I are like extremely humbled by your support and also the opportunity to represent this party at a time when we are at the intersection of a pandemic, a rebellion. Oh, I bet it is. I mean, there's a whole lot going on with this. I would have much rather had y'all on my laptop for this. So I apologize if the sound is not what it needs to be. I can actually, let's try with the video and let me know if y'all hear me a little bit better. Yeah, we're at the intersection of a rebellion, a bunch of financial instability and housing instability for a whole lot of folks. And we've got a plague happening. And so I think it's just very important that, you know, when things are very discouraging, to remember we actually, as a party, have a plan. You know, this is not what we're talking about with an eco-socialist Green New Deal, what we're talking about with Medicare for All as a community-controlled national health service, what we're talking about, you know, with no nukes and not continuing to rely on fossil fuels to, you know, get the energy that we need, because we are the only party that is cognizant and caring about climate change and what we're looking at as far as the fallout from that. And we are trying to be proactive in not reaching that point. We have a lot to be proud of as Greens. We have a lot to remind us when people are coming at us sideways. And I know y'all are getting it because we are definitely getting it. And I think it's just going to intensify the closer it gets to November 3rd. But we remember why we're here. And we are the only party that is standing up for the rights of poor and working class people. We are the only party dedicated to fighting climate change. We are the only party that is dedicated to ending mass incarceration and repairing the harm done to Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities within these borders. And we are the only party that is dedicated to creating a peace policy that benefits the rest of the world, so that the United States moves as a good world citizen and you know, works in diplomacy and compassion with other countries to create a global climate of cooperation and sharing and, you know, ecological uplift, instead of being the world's jackass and the world's policemen and, a really bad world citizen, country that, folks don't want to deal with around the world. And so we are very, as Greens, very dedicated to this. And I'm very proud to be able to amplify or, help amplify. It ain't just me, it's everybody, but to be able to help amplify the message of the Green Party in places where people may not know about us and are definitely ready to hear about us. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. It was a pleasure having you come and join us. I hope you can join us later for the social hour. It's really, truly an honor to have you here today.
Thank y'all for the invitation.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda will be George Wolf. George Wolf was the 2018 Green Party write-in candidate for office of Secretary of State in Indiana. He is the former chair of the Indiana Green Party. He's also the former director of Ball State University Center for Peace and Conflict Studies. George is a trained mediator and the author of Spiritual Power of Nonviolence, Interfaith Understanding for a Future Without War. I am pleased to introduce to you all George Wolf, who will be playing some music. Is George there?
Hi, I am here. Well, I thought I was going to be entertaining at 2:30.
I think it went by quicker than we expected.
That's all right. Well, I'd like to say a few words first about some other things.
Sure.
First of all, and Terry is familiar with this too, so she may want to chime in. There's we're making progress on a complaint or lawsuit against the state of Indiana regarding the ballot access laws. And Oliver Hall has been in communication recently with us to say that he is now able to work on this, give his undivided attention to drafting this a brief or complaint. So it's going to be happening. We are going to be asking for the great reduction in the number of petition signatures. We're going to be asking that some method of petitioning online can take place. Obviously, it was not possible to petition successfully after the pandemic started because that would require people to violate the social distancing rule of 6 feet. And also we'd be handing back and forth paper and so forth, and the virus could be spread in that way. So it just wasn't safe to do that. And we are asking that for the future, we stop living in the dark ages and that we have some kind of online way of gathering signatures for a petition. We're also asking that they take into account people with disabilities that are running for office. And I know Randy Paul has been very interested in this aspect of it. And I'm glad to see we're having a disability caucus formed because that will give a lot more credence to this argument that people with disabilities aren't able to go out and get signatures so readily, particularly if they are confined to a wheelchair or whatever. So they're at a new disadvantage, and that disadvantage is really unconstitutional. It's discriminatory, and thus we need to have be sensitive to that particular dimension of it when we develop this online petitioning effort. And then there's some problems with dates in terms of when the signatures are due. And they need to have, we need to have the signatures due after the party conventions, which would be August 1st at minimum, perhaps even August 15th, rather than July 1st. We weren't able to really petition for someone who's running for president because we didn't know who the candidate was going to be and the deadline was July 1st. And so we had to sort of guess as to who we would petition for. And Howie Hawkins happens to be the person we would have petitioned for. But let's say Howie hadn't been the nominee, we would then only have 4 days to change the name on the petitions. And that would still be much too early for us to know for sure. And the other parties don't have to worry about that. So that's discriminatory and unconstitutional. We have quite a few points that are going to be raised in the brief. And Oliver Hall, the attorney who's associated with the Center for Competitive Democracy in Washington, D.C., is going to be sending us a draft soon. Terry, do you want to add anything more to what I just said about that?
The only thing I would like to add is that I did have a conversation with Oliver Hall 2 days ago. He had some questions about allegations that we'll be making in our complaint. And one thing that he asked, I wasn't completely sure of, so I'd like to pose the question to the group, especially the veterans of the party. Has the Indiana Green Party ever paid for petitioners in the past? To my knowledge was no, but I came to the party in 2017. I see Sarah shaking her head no.
I don't think we've ever had paid petitioners here.
I know we probably never had the money to do that, because that would take a considerable amount of money to pay an organization to do that. But
yeah.
Again, I only came to the party here in 2017, so I don't know what happened prior to that.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see. Yeah,
I would second what Sarah said. I'm unaware of any paid petitioning.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have to add. I know we were all hoping that this lawsuit would have been filed months ago, and it hasn't been, but he is working hard on it, and this is for the long-term ballot access. So it may have an impact this year, but this is not just a short-sighted lawsuit. It's taking it on full force.
I should mention that Oliver says that if we can show a bipartisan effort here in terms of listing plaintiffs on the lawsuit, that would be helpful to him. So we do have someone who is running as a candidate for the Libertarian Party. His name's Ken Tucker, and he's willing to be a plaintiff on the lawsuit. I think Randy has told me, Randy Paul has told me he's willing to be a plaintiff. Am I correct? Still correct on that, Randy?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so we were hoping the Constitution Party would join us, but there's been some misunderstanding there with respect to where the lawsuit should be filed. So I don't know if we're going to have someone from the Constitution Party be a plaintiff. But anybody who's also running for office that has tried to petition this year or even the last time and found encountered all those problems can be a potential plaintiff. So if you can be thinking about that and let that be known, he'll giving Oliver as many options as possible. He'll of course decide and filter through and decide what will make the best plaintiff list. But anyone who you can recommend, and also if they're affiliated with Libertarian Party, Constitution Party, or whatever other party might be worthy of being a plaintiff, that said he would help. It would help his case to show that there are multiple plaintiffs and people coming from multiple directions. Mm-hmm. So, okay, now, see, what was the other thing I wanted to talk about? Oh yes, the other thing was that I don't know exactly what happened with respect to at the national, and maybe Sarah would be able to speak to this. My understanding is there was some kind of some people were upset that their candidate wasn't chosen to be a presidential candidate. I guess I'm thinking perhaps that there was a division in the party. And I just wanted to say that I think we need to be unified. We need to be unified on the state level and on the national level as well. I don't know exactly the details behind that, but I don't know if we can get that message. I know we can get that message across within the state.
George,
It's really important that we have a unified Green Party.
George, I have a stack of people wanting to speak. Joe Kahn would like to speak.
Okay, yeah,
and
go
then
ahead.
Anthony would like to speak, and then Sarah would like to speak. Joe?
Just real quickly, for those that may not, that are fairly new, I see some new faces. The U.S. Green Party made a contribution to us some while ago of $3,000 to help seed this lawsuit, and so we have that money. It's in our bank account. It's being reserved or set aside for that purpose. So we have $3,000 worth of money. We may need to do fundraising on this, I would guess, but we'll see. I think the guys, I don't know what the financial terms they've agreed to on this, but anyway, we have some funds for this lawsuit.
If I can speak to that, when I spoke to Oliver, the subject of money didn't come up, and I think we're going to be probably saving quite a bit because of the fact that the pandemic has made it possible for this court case to proceed on Zoom or on a virtual through a virtual medium. But I think it's glad that money has been set aside, because that will be available to us if we need it. Joe, could you let us know how much is in the account in addition to that? What's the difference? How much do we have for other purposes, in other words?
Yeah, I'll just give me a second here. I sent around a message to the CC, but it's roughly $4,200, something like that. There's a few dollars and cents, but we have $4,200 with 3,000 of that has that brick on it for this legal action. So we have about $1,200 of free money.
Okay, go ahead then, Pluto, and let the other people who wanted to speak.
Anthony, would you like to speak?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, okay. Sarah, Dylan, you had your hand up.
Regarding all of those, and you can confirm this with me, Jeff. Regarding all those candidates that lost the presidential convention, most of them some of them left the party. They have formed an independent Green Party. They were not really party members. They were just basically some of them were saboteurs. Let me remember. I know I'm not going to say names who is now running for re-election, but most of them are never filed paperwork to even run as a write-in. The only one that has filed in Indiana is the Howie Hawkins campaign. But that's pretty much all that I can divulge on. If you want to say anything, Jeff.
No, I'll just add, I do understand that several of the candidates were exiting the party and putting out unsubstantiated and rather silly claims of the nomination being fixed, and comparing it to the Democratic Party, fixing things against Bernie Sanders and yada yada. Mostly stuff that, as someone watching, I really found it perplexing, to hear the kind of ridiculous little complaints. I'm on the accreditation committee, which has seen a couple of conflicts. There are two parties which have not which did not work to put the nominees on the ballot. One was Rhode Island, where the party committee didn't want to do petitioning and because of COVID, and couldn't get the nominees on. And so there are people making complaints against them for not trying hard enough. The Hawkins campaign did petitioning. And so I think the candidates will be on the ballot, which is the main thing. Some people are, challenging their accreditation based on their actions. And the other controversy was in Alaska, where there's a somewhat erratic and crazy guy in control of the party who also didn't want to put the nominees on the ballot. And the Hawkins campaign had spent quite a bit of time and money to get qualifying signatures successfully. And then the party wanted to put some others on, and that conflict is still going on. So there's, for reasons that are both, silly and in some cases reasonable. Rhode Island's complaints are somewhat more reasonable. Anyway, there are these little tiny controversies going on, but in both cases, it looks like the nominees will be on the ballot, and how things sort out is, anybody's guess. The most important thing is to get the nominees on the ballot where that's possible, and have the other things get hashed out later after the election. So things do not look too bad. I don't pay a lot of attention to the places in social media where Green Party complainers complain. So from that perspective, at the national level, mostly the people organizing the party are pretty unified behind this ticket and quite excited. So you don't really see much division there. And I'm not sure if there's anyone here who has mixed feelings or second thoughts or sympathies for those who have been making complaints. And if so, it might be interesting to hear from them. But I feel pretty good about where we're at.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that, in my particular case, personally, I had feelings of that I preferred if someone else would have been our presidential nominee. But it's a democratic system in the party, and I support the current candidate, even though it wasn't my first choice. And I think that's kind of the attitude we have to have. We have to have unity. We're certainly too small a party to have schism. We need to have unity, and I think it's important that if people have complaints to air, that they be aired and we all be aware of them. That's sort of what I'm interested in. How can we speak to those? Let those people know that we are listening and try to reconcile. But right now, it's far more important that we get behind one candidate and have a unified party. And I think in the state, that seems to be our situation in this particular state, which is good. I'd just like to see that happen nationally. And I don't know if we can get that message to the national office, but that's where I think we should stand. Okay, Pluto, is there anybody else that wants to speak on what I raised here?
Randy Paul would like to say something.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, George. It might be a little bit off topic, but I've talked to you before about another challenge, either through this lawsuit or another one, is the sore loser law. We had a candidate in Bloomington running for judge. He had run as a Democrat in the primary and lost, and we have a sore loser law that says if that happens, you can't run as an independent or a third party candidate. We ran him basically to try to challenge that. I think he made an excellent argument in front of the Elections Commission last week, but it's controlled by the two parties and they bounced him off. and whether it's included in this lawsuit or we have a separate one, I think we need to be looking at all the laws that create barriers for us. And that's one that I think we really ought to look at some point in time, either now or down the road.
Yeah, I was not aware of that particular law. And yes, that's really something we ought to look into. Probably it doesn't fit with the lawsuit that we have going now, but yes, in the future, we have to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Terry would like to speak.
Take myself off mute there. When I spoke to Oliver Hall on Thursday, there were 2 points I brought up with him. One was the sore loser law and the competition, or the competition to that the judge in Monroe County dealt with, as well as the poll workers in Indiana have to be either Republican or Democrat. What he said in regards to the sore loser law is the controlling law of the whole country really goes towards the sore loser law. Like it is something that he doesn't think is winnable. All of the opinions that are entered by judges throughout the entire country from East Coast to West Coast go to support and uphold these sore loser laws. On the other hand, the fact that in Indiana, you can only be a poll worker if you are a Republican or a Democrat, he did find interesting and could be used in this lawsuit that he's working on now.
George, you're muted.
Okay. Well, I think while I'm getting ready here, since it is a little early the way planned, while I'm getting ready here, I'll turn it over to Robert Willie. Robert Willie will be part of the entertainment for our break. And I know Robbie, we've sent things to Adam, who has the YouTube videos all queued up and ready to go soon. Isn't that right, Adam?
Yes. Yep. I've got them ready here.
Yeah, I have an introduction for Robert Willie.
Yeah, why don't you do that, and then Robert can say a few words, and then I'll be back on, and we can get the show on the road.
Okay, well, Robert Willie teaches songwriting and music business at Ball State University. He's a versatile keyboard player and interested in community music making. Last year, he started a weekly ukulele sing-along group at Marion Hunt Library, and is looking forward to getting together to sing old songs when conditions improve. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Willie, you're on mute, Robert.
Thanks so much. It's really great to be here. It's nice to see some friends and meet some new people. Well, I didn't realize there was so much energy and stuff going on with the Green Party here. So I'm really happy to be here and looking forward to getting more involved. Yeah, we were playing ukuleles last year and having slowly building up a little nucleus, and it was fun. And looking forward to doing that once the pandemic is past. Just to be on the safe side, we put the stuff on the YouTubes because lately my internet connection's been dropping and I didn't want to have to bail out in the middle. So this is a couple of easy listening pieces. You're welcome to get some refreshments and relax a little bit during these trying times. So take it away, Adam. And then George will be back to play some more for us.
Okay, I'm back.
Adam, there's
anybody
no
here?
sound.
Well, all right. Thank you so much. I put the link in the chat. If you're curious how it sounds, play it off your own systems. Thanks for your patience. It's pretty warbly there, but you can go check that out on YouTube some other time if you care. But thanks again. It's great to see everybody.
Thank you, Robert Willies. We really appreciate you coming here and performing for us. I believe next up will be our very own George Wolf, showing us his great talents. George, you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be playing two selections on Native American flute. And first of all, I want to mention it's It's great to see everybody here from so many different parts of the state, but I noticed that Terry is actually joining us from the International Space Station. So that's really wonderful. Any rate, I have two Native American flutes. One is this one made out of walnut, and it's pitched in with the note is pitched to is G, if you know what that means. And then a smaller one, which is an A, and this one's made out of mahogany. You're going to hear this on a video that Adam will be playing, but I first want to play an improvisation on the walnut. This is considered to be the most authentic of all the flutes. So I'm going to play a short improvisation on this. Okay. How was the sound on that? Could you hear it well? No,
Excellent, George.
I see some thumbs up, so I get that. Okay.
Yeah, it sounded good, George.
That is, this is the Native American flute, and it's made out of walnut, and it's a little deeper, earthy sound than one you're going to hear soon. I was at Raccoon Lakeside Lodge at Raccoon Lake out in Western Indiana a couple of weeks ago. And I got up at sunrise, like I usually do when I'm there, and I watched the sunrise over the lake, and you can hear the mourning doves cooing in the morning. And it turns out that I can imitate the mourning dove call with this flute, and it's on exactly the same key as the mourning doves are singing. And the mourning doves always sing in this same key. I guess they must have what musicians call perfect pitch. You know, they seem to always know what note to start on without any reference other than their own inner divine voice, I guess. But anyways, here is what the what the a dove call sounds like on the flute. Does anybody recognize that? Have you heard that call? If you next time you hear that, that's the mourning dove. And it's in the same key as I can play on this. And I love going out in the morning and having a conversation with the mourning doves. Okay, now I'll have Adam, if you can play the recording of the video recording of the native flute. This is the one that's made out of mahogany. Now this was done in a church for a Presbyterian church service as a special music meditation type of music. And Robert Woolley recorded it, and Robert is quite skilled as a recording engineer. So he added reverb and made it sound like it's in a canyon. So I hope it comes, hope the sound is good when he plays back. Go ahead, Adam, if you don't mind playing that recording right now. So could you hear the reverb on that and the how it was more expansive? And you know, what the place you need to play these flutes is in a canyon or someplace, you know, like it's a turkey run. I'm going to go there sometime and play it because they really, it's a very contemplative type of music. And while you're playing the flute, you're actually doing a breathing exercise at the same time. You don't realize it, but it takes a lot of air to put in the flute. And you know, breathing exercises and deep breathings are often used as a prerequisite to allowing the mind to enter meditation or the contemplative state. So they fit together real well if you happen to be inclined to spend time meditating on a daily basis. Well, I'm also a saxophonist, and I work a lot with a fellow named Jim Helton. James Helton is a pianist at the Ball State University faculty, and we've done a lot of touring. We had a multicultural recital worked up for several years. We went around traveling, playing for community artist series in the Midwest here and in New York State as well. And so This was a recording of a piece, a performance we did in Greencastle, Indiana, Greencastle Summer Chamber Music Festival. And it's called Histoire, which means little story, by Benny Courier. And it's arranged by Alan Crépin, who happened to be at the time the conductor of the Royal Band of the Belgian Air Force, which I've been fortunate enough to solo with twice. So go ahead, Adam, if you can play this piece called Histoire. Oh, Adam, you shouldn't have cut off that applause. I mean, that's the most important part. I'm glad that Anthony.
Yeah, sorry, George. Here you go. That was great. That was great.
I'm glad that Anthony Amseth is still with us. He once told me he didn't really care that much for the saxophone, except when I play it, which is awful nice of him. We have an improvisation that Robert Willie and I did together, which we'll play next. That's also on a video. This was an improvisation I like to do improvisations just from scratch. You start with the uncarved block, and you just that's the Taoist idea of the sculpture starting with an uncarved block, and then brings something out from the block. And orally, we do that with music in an improvisation. And this is one that Robert Willie and I did a couple of weeks ago, again for a church service. So we call it liturgical improvisation. And if you could go ahead and play that next, Adam. Okay, so we have one more short piece. Now, when I was teaching at Ball State University, they always called me professor of music, but my official title was really professor of sax education. That's what I always referred to myself. And people wonder, why did you start playing Native American flute recently? Why did you just keep playing saxophone? Well, W.C. Fields is famous for saying that a gentleman is a person who knows how to play the saxophone and doesn't. So I wanted to sort of prove myself that I was a gentleman. So I started playing Native American flute. But I always said, people came and wanted to study with me. They would ask me the question, do I have to study alto saxophone? Can I study soprano saxophone or tenor saxophone? Because there's a whole family of instruments. And I always said, it doesn't matter. I mean, I really don't care what a person's sexual preference is. I really don't care. So we have one more piece here. And this is a piece that came from the vaudeville era. It was recorded in 1929 at first by Robert Q. Lewis. The piece is by the famous songwriter from Hollywood, Sammy Fain. And so I heard this on a show called Dr. Demento. I don't know if that show still exists, but I made an arrangement with a vocalist. I made an arrangement for a piano and instead of the orchestra. And I actually sent a copy of this recording to Sammy Fain in Hollywood, and he called me. He called me thanking me for performing and arranging his silly song. So we're going to close with this one. It's called "If I Give Up the Saxophone, Will You Come Back to Me?"
Nights are long and endless since we've been apart. The problem is a deep one, 'tis either love or art. I wonder if you love me, I'd give the world to know. But if my art must come between us, then my career must go. Oh no! If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? If I give up that toodaloo, will we bill and coo just like we used to do? I know the fault is all my own, you warned me time and time. Lips that touch a saxophone, you said, shall not touch mine. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? My father plays the piccolo, my mother plays the drum. My brother plays the voices just because he is a bum. Da-da-bum, bum, bum, da-da-bum. My uncle plays harmonica, he plays it kind of blue. They took away his instrument because the notes came due. Dilly-doo, doo-doo, dilly-doo. Will you come back to me? Now I'll cut out that toodle-oodle-lay. Anything you say, if you'll come back to stay. When I am in the park each night, how all alone I feel. I found out that a saxophone ain't got no sax appeal. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back? Oh, please come back. Will you come back to me?
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to Robert Willie too for helping. If you ever need a saxophonist or pianist, or I have a YouTube channel, by the way. If you go to YouTube, just type in George Wolf saxophone, and I have 50 recordings on there. But feel free to call me if you have a gig for me once this pandemic's over. Thanks very much.
Thanks, George.
Thank you, George. Thank you so much. Why don't we take a half hour, well, not a half hour break, but break till about 3. And then we'll reconvene at 3. Everyone can get something to eat, something to drink. We'll just leave this going. I think Adam has a loop he can play. And then we can come back at 3 and get ourselves back onto schedule a little bit. Is that all right with everyone? Any objections?
Sounds good.
Okey-doke.
You're welcome to chit chat amongst yourselves. I believe we're going to be on a loop, so I don't think we're on air. If anyone likes to chit chat.
I'm getting it off air still. I thought that was the break with George, honestly.
Yeah, I did too, but we're like a half hour ahead of schedule. And our 2 scheduled speakers, our scheduled speaker and our scheduled comic, is going to be thrown completely off. There's going to be a wait someplace. We may as well put it here. It went a lot faster.
long and endless since we've been apart. The problem is a deep one, 'tis either love or art. I wonder if you love me, I'd give the world to know. But if my art must come between us, then my career must go. Oh no! If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? If I give up that toodaloo, will we bill and coo just like we used to do? I know the fault is all my own, you warned me time and time. Lips that touch a saxophone, you said shall not touch mine. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? My father plays the piccolo, my mother plays the drum. My brother plays the horses just because he is a bum. Da-da-bum, bum, bum, da-da-bum. My uncle plays harmonica, he plays it kinda blue. They took away his instrument because the notes came due. Dilly-doo, doo-doo, dilly-doo. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? Now I'll cut out that toodaloo-lay. Anything you say, if you'll come back to stay. When I am in the park each night, how all alone I feel. I found out that a saxophone ain't got no sax appeal. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back? Oh, please come back. Will you come back to me? long and endless since we've been apart. The problem is a deep one, 'tis either love or art. I wonder if you love me, I'd give the world to know. But if my art must come between us, then my career must go. Oh no! If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? If I give up that toodle-oodle-loo, will we bill and coo just like we used to do? I know the fault is all my own, you warned me time and time. Lips that touch a saxophone, you said shall not touch mine. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? My father plays the piccolo, my mother plays the drum. My brother plays the voices just because he is a bum. Da-da-bum, bum, bum, da-da-bum. My uncle plays harmonica, he plays it kind of blue. They took away his instrument because the notes came due. Dilly-doo, doo-doo, dilly-doo. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back to me? Now I'll cut out that toodle-oodle-lay. Anything you say, if you'll come back to stay. When I am in the park each night, how all alone I feel. I found out that a saxophone ain't got no sax appeal. If I give up the saxophone, will you come back? Oh, please come back. Will you come back to me?
Are we up, Adam? Okay. Well, next up on the agenda here is the election of the new officers and coordinating committee. So, Adam, take it away.
Well, everybody should have received an email ahead of time. It came out a little late last night. Apologies for that, but we did get it out. Was everybody able to vote okay? I know some people had some problems finding the link and finding their number. Was there anybody that could not vote that still wanted to?
Terry has her hand up. Unmute, Terry.
Wait, did you say could not vote but still wants to? Because I probably can vote. I just haven't yet.
Yeah.
Well, you need to.
Now's the time to get that done.
Randy Paul also has his hand up. Hang on.
Yeah. So it was my understanding too, Pluto, that the candidates are going to have an opportunity to present themselves and say something.
Okay.
And then if people have voted, you do have the opportunity to go back to the page and change your votes until we close the polls. I don't know if anybody wants to speak, or if Pluto, you want to take it from here, and then once we're really good to go, then I can bring up the results and we'll see what we've got.
Okay, we got some hands up here. Let me see. No, Randy's hand is down. Michelle, you have your hand up?
Oh, sorry. I thought I took it down. That was going to be my question. I thought we were going to have everybody speak. I haven't voted yet because I was waiting for speakers. So
Okay.
I didn't know.
All right. Well, I guess we'll start off with
how do you vote?
What?
How exactly do you vote? I see the email, how to vote, but then it doesn't tell you how to vote.
There's a the thing where it says vote here, it doesn't look like a link, but if you press it, it is a link. And it's ranked choice voting.
Yeah, it says click here to view your digital ballot. Yeah.
Click here
And
to
it's
view
not
your
green
digital
for
ballot.
some reason, so it's kind of hard to see.
And you need to
That's
use
my
your
fault.
member's number to
Yeah.
enter the ballot.
Right.
Everyone has their own member number.
I see. Thank you.
So I'll start off. I don't have anyone running against me, but I am currently the interim Green Party chair. I served as vice chair in 2018. I came in as an interim because the chair had to leave because of personal problems. And since the pandemic, I've been the chair. And we've had a very exciting time. We've grown, the party's grown, actually tripled in size since I've become chair. And we have done our first presidential vote that we did online so everyone could see the ballots. We broadcast that. We also hosted the first presidential debates, the Green Party presidential debates here too. So we had a lot of firsts in the short time that I was chair. I see a message below. Harrison says he thinks he used a wrong number. So Harrison, maybe you should talk to Adam on that.
Oh yeah, you can change anything on your ballot still, and just go back or re-click the link, and everything that you filled out should still be there, and just change it and resubmit it. And you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna hand the mantle over to the people who are running for assistant chair. First off, I would say Terry.
Hi, everybody. I'm currently the assistant chair of the Indiana Green Party. I filled a vacancy for the position in December of last year. I joined the Green Party when the Indiana Green Party reformed in 2017. I was the first communications director, as well as George Wolf's communications director. I'm a former chair of the Circle City Greens. I really hope that Duncan, I saw a message earlier from him in the chat that he's at work and he's not sure if he'll be able to speak much. I'm hoping to hear from him because he is up for this position as well. And I would like to, I would do the position if no one else will, but my time is very limited. I'm a mother who works full time and is raising a disabled son who is now doing e-learning, which is a big struggle to try to tackle this before us. So I'd like to know if Duncan is on so we can hear him speak.
Also, Joe Kahn is running for assistant chair. Let me look. Duncan is, I don't know if he's here, but he's Zoom is present. Can anyone give him a nudge? Call him, text him, email him.
I just sent him a message. We'll see what happens.
Let's let Joe speak while we're waiting for Duncan. Joe Kahn?
Hang on, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hear me now?
Here's the thing. I mean, it would be an honor to serve as chair. I would actually prefer that Terry work and at it. And so, if you're wanting to vote, you would suggest to vote for her first and me second. And I guess my own position is I'm the chair of Northwest Indiana Green Party, and the interim treasurer at this moment. Hopefully, at the end of this session, I won't be the treasurer anymore. But you know, I've been very supportive of the State Green Party in when I can. But anyway, I think, you know, it'd be good. I know Terry's leadership for a long time, and I respect her tremendously. I understand the personal difficulties that she has. We have established some revisions in the bylaws to provide for proxy voting for our two, you know, our two executive officers to, in effect, give some folks some leeway if they're going to have difficulties making a meeting. And so anyway, that's what I have to say. But I would be honored to take the job. But you know, my personal focus is I want to be able to grow the Green Party up north and make it as solid as we can. But you know, if I'll serve if asked.
Thank you so much, Joe. Is Duncan here yet? I don't see him. Let's move on to documentarian Randy Paul.
Yeah, maybe I jumped the gun when I was asked to speak earlier, because I think I went through this.
Yeah, you did.
For those of you who weren't there, you know, just briefly, I mentioned that in most organizations I've been involved with, the documentarian or the secretary is somebody that's usually recruited, dragged into the job, kicking and screaming, and serves, you know, because they're loyal to the organization. This is a position I really want. I really like. I think there's a lot that you can contribute. I think it's more than just taking minutes and organizing paperwork. I think it is, you know, kind of a historian for the organization, so that minutes and stuff reflect not only vote totals, but the conversation and why people did what they did and positions were taken that were taken, so that 5 or 10 years from now, you can go back and say, this is kind of the environment they were working under. For example, I think now it would be important to obviously make the point that we worked during a pandemic, so that people 10 years from now look at it and say, why did they come up with these decisions? They will understand kind of the environment we were in. And I also think that the secretary documentarian should be an active person on the council. And I think I would try to do with the council what I've done in Bloomington, which is recruit and try to organize. And I'm fully committed to the Green Party and to try to make it build not only in Bloomington and Monroe County, but also on a statewide level. So it would be a real honor to serve in this position.
Thank you, Randy. Next up, I believe, is Treasurer David.
Hi. Well, looks like vote for me. Yeah, hopefully that works. My name is David Wetterer, new to the Green Party. Just joined April 20th. And that was the day, I believe, Bernie officially abdicated the throne to the oligarchy. So, you know, I'm glad to be here with some comrades now and some fellow Russian bots. And, you know, maybe we'll make a change in this world sooner or later. But in the meantime, I'm here to serve. I've been kind of a glue guy since I've been here, trying to fill in wherever I can. Trying to make things happen and pick up the slack, you know, anywhere I can to make it easier on everybody else. One of the big things I did was attempted to run for the state representative position in my district, which is 89 in the southeastern part of Indianapolis here in Marion County. Technically is like the Beech Grove area, kind of Franklin Township. For those local here to the area, you might know. Anyway, I tried. I couldn't get anywhere significant towards the signature requirement. So I'm here to make it easier for everybody else in the coming years and upcoming cycles in whatever way I can. The coolest thing about my campaign is I got a survey text message from the Indiana Democratic Party. and they were doing a survey here in state on basically Trump versus Biden, and they put local races in there too. So they were like, who would you vote for in the race between, the office? This is the office I'm going for, mind you, right? Who would you go vote for? The Republican, the Democrat, and then they put someone else, and I'm like, that's me, and I put someone else. So now they know someone's going to be voting for somebody else if this lawsuit comes out the right way for us. So if not, we'll look towards the future. But I'm still hopeful for the present. 2020, baby.
Thank you so much, David. Next up, let's hear from our delegates. First off would be Sarah Dillon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Dillon. I've been a Green Party member on and off since 2005. I've been a longtime delegate to the National Committee for the Green Party of the United States. I've been in contact with several other organizations, social media, etc., going on for that long. I have a pretty high tolerance for BS, which is something a National Committee delegate would need. I've been on the fundraising committee for the GPUS, and pretty much if you can re-elect me, I would greatly appreciate your vote.
Thank you,
I'll
Sarah.
keep it short and sweet.
No, thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. Jeff Sutter.
Yeah, hi. Well, like Sarah, I'm a longtime Green Party person. Really been active in local Green groups in San Francisco, St. Louis, and here in South Bend for since the 80s, and also have a high tolerance for BS. But like Sarah, I think one of the jobs of a National Committee delegate is to keep the state party, informed of important things that happen at the national level. But there are actually surprisingly few of those things. And if I thought there were good opportunities for more of us to serve at the national level, I would make a clearer appeal for volunteers to get involved in the various committees. But at this point, we're in the campaign, and really the most important things for us to do are locally, in Indiana. So it's kind of a distraction in a sense to be involved in this work at the national level, although sometimes important things do happen. So I'm able and willing to continue doing that and to report when important things happen. The most interesting thing being this question in the accreditation committee, where some state parties are balking at doing the things that state parties should do. And so there are people interested in throwing them out, which, actually later on when this kind of thing happens, I will put out more information and see how strongly people feel that rogue in the Green Party should be thrown out of the national party or not. But in any case, one thing about seeing all this group at once, it's really quite fascinating and heartening to me at what a group of talented folks we've got with great ideas. And it kind of inspires me to, in the next few months, share, ideas I've had about what the Indiana Green Party could do, or maybe I should say the Green Party of Indiana, in the future to help make us more politically credible. We're stuck in a state that has some of the worst, ballot access laws ever. And because of that, it's impossible to be taken seriously. But, we've got great ideas from publicists and probably the best saxophone player of any party I'm aware of. So, anyway, I'll stop. But thank you. I would like to continue as a representative.
I don't know if it's an advantage to have the best saxophone player because I don't think most Americans want another saxophonist in the White House.
If we get an opportunity to be in the debates, I would love to see you whip out the sax and blow them away.
Next up is Cassidy Moriarty. I hope I pronounced your name right.
Not quite, but I'm Cassidy Moriarty. I threw my hat in the ring for national delegate under the premise that I really like working through multiple levels of an organization. I feel like you get a lot more information and you can apply context to each different level with more information, as well as representing your community the best way possible. And that's why I put myself underneath the national delegate. I don't know if you want me to speak on the next one or not.
Yeah, I was going to say to speak about being communication director, because that's the next up.
Okay, no problem. I'm relatively new to the Green Party. I joined officially in the May, but I've been following closely for the past year and a half. I was watching from a distance mainly because I was a big Bernie supporter, and I wanted to be able to say I'm a Democrat and vote for him. But when that all went, I officially kind of said, this party is not for me. The pandemic really made it clear to me, and I changed my affiliation. Some of my qualifications that I listed, specifically with communications director, I run my own websites where I blog on niche topics, which I would say politics is another niche topic. With those websites, I've had newsletters, of course, creating posts and press releases if needed, and media kits, the whole 9 yards associated with them. But on top of that, most recently, I was the campaign manager for my close friend Dominic Thompson's campaign in Monroe County, where he was running for a county seat at large. Unfortunately, he lost, but it was a really close race. He ran against 3 different incumbents and got 5,000 votes in Bloomington as being a 21-year-old gay man. And so I was really excited to be part of that campaign, and I want to run my own campaigns in the future. Some things that I had written down in my bio were ideas of how we can push the communication director to go farther. I know there was only really 3 bullet points of things that were required, but I believe that the communications director, who is already going to be graphically inclined, should maybe help create some media-related things like T-shirts. Building on the brand of the Indiana Green Party, or potentially the Green Party Indiana, if that changes, as well as working to spread recruitment through the World Wide Web, especially now. Anybody under the age of 30 is using their phone 90% of the day, in my opinion, and utilizing that to our most advantage and building on the recruitment. I know recently I gained over 2,000 followers on Twitter by joining this leftist hashtag and being able to get more people involved in their own local parties that way. Even if it's not benefiting us directly, I think getting them to join a party in Ohio is just as beneficial. And that is why I'd like to be communications director.
Thank you so much, Cassidy.
Thank you.
Is Duncan Mathis available? Okay. Well, we've heard from everybody who is present to be heard from. Does anyone need help doing their votes? Do they all know how to vote? Hope I got one new message. Hang on. Boy, did I.
Hey, Pluto.
I had one question. What about volunteer coordinator? What's happening with that position?
We don't, it's usually appointed, not voted, but yeah, we could use a volunteer coordinator desperately, honestly.
Okay, that's not elected. Okay, that answers my question.
But the media director, That's not officially on our, in our bylaws, but yeah, these are positions that we need filled anyways, along with a lawyer, along with other little, positions within the party that would help round us out. So if anyone's looking to, volunteer to be volunteer coordinator, we would love you to volunteer. So,
And then there's also a need for an attorney, right? But that's volunteer.
yes.
Any other positions that are volunteer that need to be mentioned?
Terry, do we have a list on the Facebook, not the Facebook, the Indiana Green Party page of positions that are not actual officer positions?
Yeah, I think there's a list on the website.
Can somebody, let me, if I can find it.
Oh, I think there's ballot access liaison, right?
Right.
Access liaison.
We already have one.
Here.
Okay.
Vacant positions, legal counsel, ballot access organizer, campaign petitioners, fundraising coordinator, video editing production. That's Michelle Holiday is really looking at that hard. Image creation for online materials, create website banners, images for newsletters, etc. Content writers for our news articles and our websites and our Facebook pages. Social media team, we could use people to work, on our social media. Researchers to help research ballot access laws in the state, campaign finance, political rules, etc. And platform working group, where they would be working on our platform and working on information about that.
What would the volunteer coordinator have to do other than as obviously implied in the title?
Terry?
I think I can answer that question. There's a form on the website. It's a volunteer form that people fill out if they're interested. So you would be, the volunteer coordinator would be a recipient of that form. So as soon as someone reaches out to us and lets us know they want to volunteer, the volunteer coordinator will reach out to them, thank them for their time and interest, engage them on what specific things they want to volunteer or help on, and then find those jobs to fill for them. And also they would attend the CC meetings to hear what tasks need to be done and what things need volunteers for. And then they would go to their pool of their volunteers and reach out to them and say, hey, we need people to do research on this, or someone to man a table at this event, or come to the parade here. So the volunteer coordinator keeps in contact with the volunteers and kind of coordinates them around to the tasks that need to be done.
Is anybody fulfilling this position as of now?
No, not really.
Okay, I nominate myself.
Okay. If everyone wants Anthony to be volunteer coordinator, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Guess what, Anthony? You're the first in. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Now we have to just fill out the rest. Should we nominate Michelle for media manager or media coordinator?
I would be the nominator.
All in favor?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Aye.
We have to figure out, what is it, media director or media coordinator?
Yeah, I think media director.
That sounds good.
That way, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that sounds good.
Okay.
Let her pick.
Let her pick. That's right. We're making this up as we go along. So yeah.
There we go.
Those are two very important positions. We really do need some legal counseling. So if we can have that, or people who can work on teams doing the research of legal information, we really, really need that too. Are all the votes in, Adam?
Well, should we say something about the name change of the organization? Because that's on that ballot too.
Okay. Do you want to speak to it? Or does Terry?
David wrote the proposal, so maybe he
Okay.
should speak to it.
All right, David.
Yeah. Basically, I was reviewing the bylaws upon entry to the party here, and obviously saw some need for updating, which we've done a very good job addressing, very much so. It was just so odd that the first article was just like one sentence saying the name of the party, and then everywhere else around green media, it seems to kind of be not uniform as much as it can be. I'm kind of a detailed analyst person. Little quirks drive me nuts, and just seeing the brand behind my name right now, Green Party IN, whereas our name is the Indiana Green Party, just made no sense to me. So I wanted to put something together, and that was the best I can come up with. I think it makes sense.
Sarah?
My concern about changing the name from INGP to GPIN, as much as I like that idea, the thing is, and I think that there's others that have said this, we would have to revise everything, we would have to change our bylaws, we would have to change our platform, we would have to get in touch with the Indiana Election Commission about how to revise that. It is going to be
a lot of work,
major hassle.
We would also have to change our bank accounts and all our legal stuff. I kind of think it would be a major thing too. That at this point we don't need. Terry?
I think I request Adam M to speak towards the logistical things that would be involved in that, because the forms that we would be required to file with the state to change, we're already filing them. Looks like we're going to have a new treasurer, so we're already going to be opening up another bank account. And so I'd like Adam maybe to speak on, because if we do change our name, it's probably going to be a lot of the work's going to fall on the tech aspect of it. So I would like to know from him if he thinks it's too burdensome and what he thinks about the idea.
Well, I remember when we were first looking at it, and we were trying to get the short little domain, like you had mentioned, David, about just getting a GPIN or INGP, and they just weren't available at all. The forms that Terry's talking about, so we got the CFA3, and anytime we change officers, we have to submit that form anyway. I don't know the logistics about changing the name of the organization completely. I would assume that you could just say that it's changed on that form and submit it, and they would be okay with it. And again, with the bank account, right now, I believe that's in Joe's name up by him. So the new treasurer is going to have to deal with that, and probably going to have to do some paperwork anyway. A lot of it, though, will be tech work on the website, especially if we do change the domain. So I don't know if you saw, but we do have a handful of domains already, but they're just the Green Party IN, and then .org, net, and .com, and then IndianaGreenParty.com and .net. I don't know really what else to say, Terry. I'm sorry. But it looks like Joe's got his hand up, so maybe he can help clarify something.
Yeah, having gone through moving the bank account around, I'm familiar with the process as of March. I mean, it is a bit of a hassle, as Terry will know, because we were moving documents back and forth across the state, and this is something we're going to have to do for you, David, anyway. I agree. I think probably the heaviest lift is dealing with all of our online resources. But here's the thing, and there's also legal implications on all of this. What I would do, I'm not opposed to the idea of doing it. To me, one way or the other, apples or oranges, but being consistent has some virtues. So I agree with you there across the country. But what I would propose is what we do, and I know this is probably not going to be satisfying to some people, particularly those who know us very well, and referring to committee a project means sometimes like the kiss of death. But what I would propose is that we form a study group, and if David, you're the one who brought this up, to head it, and work with Adam and get some legal advice as well on what it would take from a state standpoint, and get a report back to the CC and saying, okay, here's all the things we got to do. And then from there, what we can do is assign those tasks to the various people and get that job done. Now, you're going to carry some of that because you'll be the treasurer, I presume. Adam's going to be here, and he'll have to do the media stuff. We'll have our communications coordinators and media advisors working on it. So we'll have this farmed out, and then we can, when we want to we'll put together a timeline and pull the plug on this thing all at once. I think that's a little more rational approach to this, because it is going to be a lift to do this. It's not a small thing. So it's small in our minds, but on the real world, in a practical thing, it's not small. It's big. And then we can have a media campaign, roll it out, ballyhoo it, and have fun with it. Then instead of like putting it in these bylaws and then now what?
Joe, I got 4 people stacked to speak now.
Yep, I'm done.
Okay. Next in the stack, Michelle Holiday.
Oh, was I? Oh, shoot. You know what? I was going to, I was just going to say earlier, I support David. I'm just putting my 2 cents in, only because, if the national party is Green Party, is it Green Party USA or Green Party United States? It's my strong opinion that we should match it. And that's all I had to say. So,
thank you. Michael Cooper, you're in stack.
Thank you. Well, there's 2 different issues. One is the legal name and your brand name, and they don't have to be the same. What I would recommend, I think the legal stuff, we're kind of set into the Indiana Green Party. Now we can, the coordinating committee, I think I would lead this to the coordinating committee, establish the brand of, if that's the direction that the body wants to go, to kind of begin to kind of rebrand the process, at least rebrand the party under kind of a new brand, but keep the legal name the same. Corporations do this quite a bit. But, I think, going through the legal stuff to kind of reset everything, I think that boat has kind of sailed and we're kind of beyond that. But I think we can look at, if that's the will of the consensus, how we slowly move to kind of rebranding ourselves as to be more consistent. Now, I agree that consistency is important. Unfortunately, kind of way it was set up, it wasn't, well, kind of it's the Green Party way. But, I don't think we need to kind of do the bylaw stuff now. If we can kind of have the board, kind of the central committee, kind of look at the brand and how we can brand it. So we can have it both ways, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Cassidy?
So I had a few things to note with this. I had a few things to note with this. Can you hear me fine?
Sure.
Okay. For bylaws and stuff like that, it's really not that hard to change it, because you can search for whatever term you're looking for. So in this case, the current, is it INGP, and then change it to GPIN, like with like 2 keystrokes. So like for a document, it's fairly easy. For legal, it depends on the paperwork, but also since we're already changing it, I would heavily suggest seeing if there's any extra paperwork. I believe when I worked on the campaign for Dominic that it was an additional paper, and that was it for any name misunderstandings. And then on top of that, I think having a cohesive brand with national is important. I was just looking on their website, looking at all the other state parties, and there is quite a bit flip-flop. However, the majority of them will be like Green Party of like Nevada, Green Party of the state, and then the few that are like Kentucky Green Party. It definitely has more sense of professionalism, and I mean, for being a political party, I think that is important for a brand image. Like Michael noted, it's not always needs to be legally changed, but I think that for any confusion that can potentially happen in the future, even though this will be noted in minutes and things like that, it might be best just to change all of it at once in that case.
Thank you. Randy Paul?
Yeah, I have a question about process. This question is on the ballot. So if a majority of people vote for the change, is it still up for discussion?
Good question. Well, we could figure out how we're going to do it, if we're going to do it legally or just, work on it, just in name only, and then work toward legally changing the name.
I guess my only concern is that, we're talking about the CC considering this and further, consensus and stuff. But when I saw the ballot, I thought if you're going to vote for it or against, that would end this discussion. That was either going to be we'll change or we won't change.
Right.
Otherwise, it kind of makes the vote.
We might want to consider, with all these questions, we might want to consider voting it down, and then we could always bring it up later once we've gotten these details worked out.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we should honor the vote.
Randy's got the crucial point here. It is on the ballot, so regardless of who won it or not.
And my concern is if we're going to have an election, let's honor the vote.
All right.
One way or the other.
Since the group is here and the group is the deciding body, we can decide here if we want to adopt the ballot as it is, or we can refer this specific topic to committee to be brought back up to the CC, and then everything else in the bylaws will pass if they have the pass vote. But that's a decision that we make as a whole.
Sarah?
I think that it's similar to the bylaws revision. It's supposed to be 75% of the Congress instead of half of the Congress, majority of the Congress.
Joe Kahn?
Yeah, I think Sarah's right. It's 75% at this point because of advertising. And also, I think the polls are still open, right, Adam? If somebody wanted to vote yes or no on this, or are they closed?
It's all still open.
Okay, so to address your point, Randy, I think, things are still open. So if whatever we decide here, we can actually put that into practice by voting one way or the other on that issue.
Could we actually, since the vote isn't complete yet, I would think that we could actually take a vote to table this specific item and not consider the vote on the ballot at this point.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
Yes.
No, I wouldn't table it. I would refer it to a committee so the committee could get together and start answering all these questions, and instead of it just sitting there, and then for us to pick up the conversation where we left off. The committee can figure out what all the issues were that were talked about here and address them. So when it is brought back up, we're one more step ahead. So
okay.
I to refer to committee headed by David.
I have two things on the line now: to table it or to refer it to committee.
I'm going to withdraw what I said because I support what Terry says.
Okay. So, and you second what she said. Jeff, do you have something to say before I bring it to vote?
No.
I was going to say I support what Terry said because I thought tabling and referring to the committee was pretty much the same thing. But so we'll go with what Terry said.
All right.
Anything.
All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
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 Terry, are you taking note of who's saying what?
Aye.
Aye.
Can you put your hands up like on the reaction? Everyone who's in favor, just do a hand react. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
me
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 in favor. Any nays? Hands up for no. 1.
I put just like the no option.
Okay. 2 no's.
And I would like to abstain.
Okay. 2 no's, 1 abstain. Okay, so it passes to be brought to committee. All right. So we can take that off of there for now. Can we get to the votes now?
Has everybody finished voting at this point, or should we have maybe Krish come on and then people can finalize their ballot maybe, and then we can look back at it here at the end once.
Okay, we have 2 people in stack now, Sabo Cat and Michelle Holiday. Sabo Cat, please.
Sorry, I wasn't able to submit my vote. It says you have to vote for every position, but I tried ranking them 1, 2, 3. That didn't work. I tried putting only a 1, so I emailed it to you. I don't know if you can, Adam, if you can add that in. I just emailed it to you.
To me or to
Adam? I'll continue to chat with him about it.
Okay, Sabo Cat, do you have anything to say? Or is your hands up just for a vote?
No, not at the moment. I'm just happy to listen.
Okay, thank you. Michelle Holiday?
Hi there. Just a quick note before we all vote. I think Duncan is, I don't know, but I just want to put it out there to invite him to speak. I think he's returned and he is a candidate for the communications.
Duncan, are you there?
Person?
Duncan is a candidate in 2 different categories, I believe, for assistant chair and for, I believe, communication.
I just want to hear from everyone if possible. I think he tried to speak and then he got kicked out and then he came back. So I don't know if he's having technical difficulties. Maybe I have no idea, but I just want to give him a chance.
I have no idea either.
He's on mute, so tell him to get off mute.
Well, Duncan, if you can hear us, get off mute.
I think Duncan said he was at work.
Yeah, he is at work. It's just busy there, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, thank you though. I just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance and wasn't skipped over for some tech reason.
So we have ahead of us, we have Marcus. We also have, wrong paperwork here, Kirsch and Bohan and Howie Hawkins. Marcus, would it be okay if we had you play after Howie Hawkins and bring us into the social hour? I don't think he's here. Okay.
He gave a thumbs up.
Oh,
he gave a thumbs up.
Yeah, I gave
All
a
right.
thumbs up.
Thanks, Marcus. Then let's get on. We're going to do the vote while our comedian is speaking. And I wanted to ask Kirsch if he wanted people to be unmuted to be able to applaud and react to him, or does he like silence?
Oh God, no silence. I will die on the inside. So, yeah, if you guys want to keep your mics on, I know there's like 27 people here, so if everybody keeps their mics on, it'll probably wind up being chaos. But if people want to, kind of rotate it and out to keep their mics on, so I could hear you guys laughing. That'd be awesome.
Okay, well, folks, keep your mics on and give a big round of applause for stand-up comedian, writer of social political podcast and web show Fork Full of Noodles, Kirsch Mohan. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me be a part of this. This is it's pretty cool. It's that you guys are doing great work. I wanna start with some good news. That's not necessarily what I'm known for is good news. So I'll start with good news and then continue to get more depressing as the set goes on. That's the Krish Mohan guarantee is what you're getting. But the good news is, as of December of 2019, I'm officially a citizen of the United States of America.
Yay!
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I'm very excited to vote against my own interest.
Are you having any second thoughts?
Basically, yeah, it's basically every immigrant's dream is what I'm living. I do like that. I think it's kind of fun that I joined this country at the very end of its tenure, right?
Yeah.
It's exciting. It's exciting. It's kind of like learning to play the violin to join the orchestra on the Titanic, like right before it hits the iceberg. It's fun. It's a good time. No, I am enjoying some perks of my citizenship, though. It's been pretty nice. I have Manifest Destiny all of your homes, so that's a fun perk. Very similar to how the American military has Manifest Destiny the globe with his 1,000 military bases. So, just trying to be a patriot, you guys. I'm just trying to be a patriot. I have some issues though, and maybe you guys can help clear this up. I have not received my complimentary gun. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to fill out extra paperwork. I don't know how many more Charlton Heston movies I can watch, but it's quite upsetting because what am I supposed to hold when I'm yelling about my rights I don't understand? A sign like I'm a freaking Canadian? Get out of here. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. I will say though, in all seriousness, it is a long process to become a citizen in this country, right? A lot of people don't know that. You have to come here on a visa. You have to get your green card, which can cost up to $10,000. They make you go through a bunch of blood tests. There's a bunch of stuff you have to do. And then after all of that is done, you have to spend maybe 5-10 years explaining what a green card is to basically everybody that you meet, right? You got to explain it to border agents, the TSA, cops, right? Politicians, friends, family members, people waiting at the line at the drive-thru at Arby's, just anyone and everyone that you possibly can. And after 5 or 6 years of that, you get to go through the application process because what says freedom more than paperwork, you guys? That is the most exciting part about freedom. But now that I have this citizenship and it being an election year, the biggest thing everybody wants to know is who am I going to vote for, right? That's the big thing everybody wants to know. Who am I going to vote for? What is the decision that you're going to make in November? And to be quite frank, I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't made up my mind. November is still a few months away. And really, it's nobody's damn business, right? Like, I kind of feel like it's not really a question that yields good results. Like, it's the same thing as asking somebody who they're going to vote for is very similar to asking somebody which porn star they masturbate to, right?
God.
All of them.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Depends on how neoliberal you are. Joe Biden is the answer for both of those things. But let's be honest, we're going to over-personalize the answer. We're going to get mad at each other, and it's going to make Thanksgiving real weird, right? Especially when your grandmother answers that question. Whichever one it is, it's going to make Thanksgiving real weird.
As if it wasn't weird enough.
As if it wasn't weird enough. Now we got grandmother answering things about porn. But I know the surprising thing to a lot of people is that I'm neither a Democrat nor a Republican, right? I have no party affiliation. I am more interested in ideas. That's what I'm interested in. I'm more interested in ideas and people. That's always what I've been more interested in than supporting any corporate party that has never done anything for me, has never really represented me, right? Like the Republican Party very proudly says they don't represent someone that looks like me. But the Democrats will pretend that they care and then vote alongside with the Republicans anyway. That's sort of the MO, right? They like vote for the same wars. They vote for the same criminal justice bills. They deny healthcare like the Republicans do. It's kind of like going to see your favorite band, right? You know that they're going to play the hits. That you're guaranteed to play, and the Republicans will. They'll play the hits of like homophobia and racism and just like a dash of anti-socialism, right? But then the Democrats show up, and the Democrats are promising you brand new songs. And when they come out, you're like, wait a minute, most of the band members are from the Republicans' bands.
Paid for by Goldman Sachs.
Paid for by Goldman Sachs. Yeah, yeah. You're just like, wait a minute, are the Democrats just a Republican cover band? Is that what's happening here?
Pretty much.
This is bullshit. I get critical of our election process, right? I've been pretty critical of our election process, and look, I'm not the only one, right? International election observers have come in to view our election process, and it's a pretty bad process that happens here, right? The duopoly has a control over our election process, and when they were asked to describe it, international election observers, when they were asked to describe it, just held up a photo of a garbage can on fire. So, that was the American election process.
Rolling down a flooded street. Right?
Yeah. But you know, a lot of I have like a lot of lefty, progressive, liberal friends that will come out and tell me that I got to hold my nose and vote for the lesser of two evils. That's what they tell me, right? You got to hold your nose and vote for the lesser of two
Don't hold your nose, hold your ground.
Yeah, right. Because to me, I don't think voting should be treated like it's a fish market. You know, you shouldn't be holding your nose and just making a decision and hope that smell doesn't follow you home. Because it will. And the rest of the country will now smell like a fish carcass. So, and we should also probably stop the whole voting for evil thing. We should probably stop doing that too. Right? Like, I feel like making the lesser of two evils argument is it's like the real life version of when your friend comes up and goes gun to your head, and then it's the stupidest thing you've ever heard in your life, right? It's always like gun to your head. Would you rather get kicked in the balls or directly inside your butthole? It's just like, I don't. Why are we hanging out with you, Randy? Why are we friends? Why we don't invite you to places? I feel like the lesser of two evils argument is literally two people holding a gun to your head and asking you which bullet you prefer to be shot with, right? And I get it. Kind of an extreme example, but I feel like voting for evil is a pretty extreme decision to make, right?
You're going to get evil, right? No
You're going to get
surprise.
evil either way. Exactly. It doesn't matter the degree of evil. It's still evil, you know? But
you
that's
vote
the
for
thing.
evil, you get evil. Yeah.
Vote for evil, you get evil. Exactly. And that's part of the problem that I think we have in America is, look, I waited 23 years to get this right to vote. I've been living in America for 23 years, and I had to go through a bunch of xenophobia and racism and pay a whole bunch of money to ascertain this right to vote. And there are people in this country that have gotten this right to vote from the very beginning, and they don't take it as seriously. That's what I always find entertaining, right? I always find it entertaining that Americans have this very passive and passing relationship with voting. They make it a big deal. It's this big theatrical affair every 2 to 4 years. You know, we have television programs dedicated to it. There's parades everywhere. You know, we're putting up signs and bumper stickers that judge people for who they are. We make it this big deal, but we do nothing to learn about the people that we actually want to vote for. It's literally people going into a booth every 4 years, pulling a lever, and then just going home and watching NCIS till the cows come home. You know? Like voting shouldn't be treated like it's a half-hearted hand job, that that you just kind of get through while you're watching Scott Bakula save the town of New Orleans. Which I get it, very specific reference. That's NCIS New Orleans, if anybody doesn't know that franchise exists. But it shouldn't be, right? We shouldn't have this distant relationship with voting. It should be that once you pull that lever for whoever it is, you have to make sure that candidate is going to represent your beliefs. There is a reason why you voted for this person, and you have to hold their feet to the fire. I feel like it should be treated like, a full-hearted hand job.
Put your hand into it.
Yeah, you got to put your whole shoulder into it. The television is off, and you're making a whole lot of eye contact. That's what I think voting should be. But I sincerely hope that you guys have made up your decision, and I hope that the Green Party is available on all 50 states, available on the ballot in all 50 states. Yeah, because I think that's what we need. We need more parties in this country, more voices represented, because this two-party corporate duopoly does not represent the American populace. There's 350 million people in there, and two parties cannot represent the voice of that many people. It doesn't work in any other country, and it shouldn't fucking work here either. So I'm championing for the Green Party. I hope you guys do get on the ballot in all 50 states. And thank you guys very much for having me. This has been a lot of fun spending the afternoon with you guys. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Kirsch. You are so welcome to join us for our social hour. It's bring your own bottle. So I hope you stick around and stay with us. Now, next up, Howie Hawkins is the original Green New Dealer. He was the first person in the United States to run on a fully realized Green New Deal in 2010. He was the co-founder of an anti-nuclear clamshell alliance in 1976, a co-founder of the Green Party of the United States in 1984, and the first progressive independent to get 5% in the New York governor's race in almost a century. He was nominated in July as the Green Party candidate for president. It is a pleasure to welcome Howie Hawkins to the Indiana Green Party Congress. Let's hear it.
Thank you. It's good to be here. You're a lot bigger than some of these Green parties out there. I mean, one thing we found is very unevenly developed. Nevertheless, we're on about 35 ballots. We just got on Ohio, which was a long shot, but and the Democrats are fighting us in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, Montana, and we expect more.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, your audio cut out there for a second.
Uh-oh.
Howie.
You're back on.
You're all frozen. Now you're moving.
They're sabotaging the meeting. Your Wi-Fi is getting sabotaged.
Yeah, well, I'm in a Red Roof Inn in Mobile, Alabama.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God. Send help.
I'm down here helping a young woman named Chikezia Clemens become a city councilor in Pritchard, Alabama. It's about 90% black suburb. You may know Chikezia. The cops roughed her up in a Waffle House down here, and been going through the courts. And the reason I'm down here is I'm inspired by her because she went through a lot. You know, lost her job, got harassed when she was living in a more white community, and she came back to her old neighborhood and didn't let all this legal stuff get her down. She's running for office, and I think she got a chance to win. So that's what I've been doing besides ballot access. On Monday, I was up with Sherry Honkala and the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign, and we marched on Biden's office and demanded our economic human rights. And they put up a rent-a-fence because they knew we were coming. It went up the night before. And, you know, it's amongst all these corporate buildings looking over the big Philadelphia City Hall that the corporations bought. So it's kind of appropriate. Sherry, of course, jumped the fence, got arrested for the 200th time to make a point. And then on Wednesday, I was in Baltimore with the Macedonia Baptist Church, which is fighting to preserve, and it's really too late, a African-American burial ground, the site of a first a tobacco plantation, then a plantation where they kept enslaved women to have them breed slaves. And that was, you know, industrialized rape. And then it became a Black community, but it got displaced as Bethesda grew into a white suburb. And now they're desecrating the cemetery. And it's all about real estate. And so we were there to protest that. We were there with the archaeologists. As they were excavating, they were pulling up tombstones because there was another burial ground where there's now an apartment building. And so I was there in solidarity with them, and now I'm down here in Alabama. And so I'm, you know, trying to help some of these local movements and our local candidates. I did respond to Biden's speech. My first reaction was like Walter Mondale asked Lib Gary Hart, I think it was 1984, where's the beef? Because Biden, you know, said a lot of sort of value statements, but when it came to what he's actually going to do, wasn't much there. And I don't know if anybody here can correct me, but I don't think there was ever the phrase Medicare for all or Green New Deal ever uttered in that Democratic convention. The Democrats are taking progressives totally for granted. That's why Bloomberg spoke for however long he spoke, and AOC got her 1 minute, and she's retreated from the Green New Deal. There was an article we had published in Counterpunch yesterday with Mark Dunley, a climate activist here in New York, and John Wren, who helped me do the Eco-Socialist Green New Deal budget. He's an industrial engineer and political economist. And we've been watching that, you know, the Democrats took our signature issue. You know, I first ran on 2010, Jill Stein, a Green New Deal for America was the theme. They took the slogan and diluted the content, like they dropped the ban on fracking the new fossil fuel infrastructure and extended the deadline 20 more years. You give politicians 20 years, they gonna wait. And now they don't even talk about it. So we trace in that article how AOC kicked the details to a Green New Deal to a think tank, which then wrote a bunch of fluffy essays without any real details on how this plan would work. You know what? The Eco-Socialist Green New Deal we have on my website is the most developed Green New Deal in America by far. So anyway, check that out. It's on the weekend edition of Counterpunch. So, you know, we're counterpunching or punching. You know, I'd like to get a counterpunch. I've been trying to provoke Trump to tweet about me because I keep calling him a dummy and a loser. And, you know, like I said at the convention, you know, two governing parties are presiding over a failed state. And now, you know, I've been saying Biden is complicit because he's got a platform. And all he could say in his speech was test. He didn't talk about contact tracing, quarantining. He really doesn't have a detailed program. He said he's had one since March. No, he hasn't. Angela Walker and I do. So you know, we're trying to get the message out. And I don't know how long I have to speak. I just know you were on my calendar. My scheduler put you on. So it's good to see all your faces. Maybe just talk a little bit about ballot access.
You can speak as long as you like, Howie.
Okay. Well, that's dangerous because I'll just keep going. But I do want to talk about ballot access in Indiana. We filed the paperwork for write-in. I think that's also
Howie, you froze again.
How are you? Yeah, you're frozen, Howie.
You said you filed the paperwork and we lost you.
Yeah, we lost you at filed the paperwork.
And I asked, you filed a lawsuit, right? And I don't know where that stands. I'd like to get up to date on that.
We had a conversation before you joined about the lawsuit. George Wolf and Terry went into a lot of detail on it. We are going to have the lawsuit. It's not going to happen as quickly as we'd like. but we're working very hard on it. Is there any detail either George or Terry want to add to it?
I would just like to say that I have been in talks with Oliver Hall. I know you're familiar with him. I spoke with him on Thursday. He's working very hard on a draft complaint for us. We were hoping that he'd have it filed by now. Unfortunately, he doesn't, but he's looking at the big picture, not just this election, but there will be a lawsuit filed here in Indiana.
And do you think it'll affect this election, or is this for the future?
I think it'll address both of them, but I think he's trying to make his stronger argument to be the long run. But I do anticipate that it'll be filed in hopes to affect this election.
Okay, well, yeah, we got Oliver Hall working all over the country. He's like the center of our legal strategy. So he's a great guy. You know, he cut his teeth on defending Nader in 2004, which was the worst assault on any candidate in American history, just to get on the ballot. And as Ralph says, that's political bigotry. It's taking away all your First Amendment rights, you know, to speak, to seek a redress of grievances from the government. I mean, everything. So I'm glad he's on it. Well, you know, what I want to say is, you know, what my campaign is going to do after the ballot. Last 3 petitions are due September 4th in Rhode Island, Kentucky, and Arizona. And we expect to get Rhode Island, Arizona, and Kentucky. Arizona is 37,000 signatures, but we're in play there. I think we might do it. And then there's North Dakota. We're having trouble there. They're August 31st. They need 4,000. Anybody wants to camp out in North Dakota, we'll pay you. So anyway.
Howie, we lost you again after camping out in North Dakota. We lost your sound. His broadcast is terribly tampered with here. So I can see David Wetterer already packing his bags for North Dakota.
If we go right in.
You're back, Howie, finally.
The deadline for petitions in Indiana is July 1st. I'm glad to hear that these other states have them in August and September. That's going to be a part of our lawsuit as well. Mm-hmm.
I think we just lost Howie. I think he just fell off the internet. No, he's still on the internet. He's back.
Yeah, I was saying, I'm not sure.
And we lost his picture.
Campaign with setting objectives and what we can realistically do. You know, if it's a write-in campaign in Indiana, how many write-ins do we want to go? You know, how many we can get in Terre Haute, how many in Indianapolis, and so forth. And, you know, build our lists so we got them to keep working with in the future. So I haven't prepared remarks. I can talk about the issues all night, all afternoon and all night, but maybe better format would be if you have questions for me, I can answer them.
I'll go first. So Howie, I was just curious, what strides have you been able to make, if any, in terms of provoking Trump to tweet about you, but also too, is there any kind of plan in the works if in the event you don't make the debate stage? Would there maybe be like a libertarian green debate possibly in the future for us?
Yes, they're you know, kids table debates. There are plenty of people want to host them, but you know, we want to make an issue of the fact that we're not in the main debate. So one thing, Ralph Nader's been saying I should get on a horse, and I said, well, what do I do with a horse? And then I said, yeah, I should ride up to the White House and tell Trump to come out and debate the real socialist. Biden's not a socialist. You know, come out, you chicken. So that's one thought. And then, the other real debate we might could get is getting into the media narrative to some extent. So, we've been on the margins of mainstream media. Instead of being in the Trump Biden narrative, there's a side story on the green ticket. And it's been really tough this year. The liberal media, The Nation, Democracy Now!, they don't want to touch us because all their friends are going to scream at it because it's anybody but Bush. And the corporate media, the more liberal. So it's been a real challenge. We have strategies on that. We are pitching stories to all the media. For example, today, Angela Walker's calling John Nichols, reporter, and he's the editor or something of the Madison Times in Wisconsin. Angela's a native of Milwaukee. And their ballot is being challenged because Angela moved her residence during the petition, and we informed the election division, we followed their instructions, and then the election commission voted 3-3 on a motion to knock us off the ballot. So that failed, and then they voted 3-3 on a motion to put us on the ballot, and that failed. It was 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats. And ironically, the Republicans are saying, you Democrats are racist because you're knocking this Black woman off the ballot. So she's from Wisconsin. All those people know who she is. She led her union into the Wisconsin uprising, and she got 20% running against that crazy sheriff in Milwaukee, David Clark. So they know who they're dealing with. So she's pitching a story to John Nichols. I mean, that's the kind of thing we're working on every day. But it's really tough. I have to tell you, like Alex Witt on MSNBC is on right now. She had Jill Stein on many times. We haven't got a nibble. It's just, Trump is scared the liberals stupid. So they don't even want to talk about their alternatives. And, like I said earlier, Medicare for all, which Bernie Sanders got a lot of support for, the majority of people want. When the Green New Deal went viral after that sit-in in Pelosi's office, over 80% of Americans want a Green New Deal, including 64% of Republicans. And now it's dead. I mean, Biden is pro-fossil fuels, pro-nuclear, talks about carbon capture and sequestration, which is BS because it's not economical. The oil and gas industry or the gas-fired power plants aren't going to do that unless the government pays them for some kind of, pilot. So we're really in a difficult situation. I would say that people can help by, writing to your favorite media outlet you would like to see me and Angela on. Amy Goodman should be bombarded. Why aren't you covering Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker? John Nichols could use a little bit of reinforcement. He did quote a tweet I made in the lead editorial of The Nation a few weeks ago. Bannon who will at The Nation, so he can only go so far.
Did we lose him again?
Terry has her hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Terry.
I have a question for Howie, and that would be, what would be your plan to protect Americans and I would say citizens of the world against the pandemic?
Well, as all.
We lost him again. He's got a bad connect.
And you all are frozen. I hope you're hearing me.
We didn't hear you. You were frozen for a little while there. Terry asked what your plans were for handling the pandemic to protect the citizens of the world and the United States from the pandemic. We lost him again.
Mm-hmm.
think it's Israel.
And suppress community spread of the virus.
Howie, we missed what you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try again. And if it doesn't work, maybe I'll get off the motel Wi-Fi and try my hotspot.
Might be better.
Okay, but you hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I say we need.
They don't want him to speak.
The rest of the world is showing it. What we need. Am I frozen again?
Yeah, as soon as you start telling your policy, you get frozen.
All right. Let me try my hotspot. So I'll get off and try to get back on.
Okay, that sounds great.
So while he's doing that, was everybody able to vote okay? Were those issues resolved that people were having, and everybody's got their votes in?
Yeah, we could do the results, and
Is
Marcus
there
still
anybody
waiting to
that
play.
is still having problems, or wasn't able to, or isn't ready?
If all the votes are in, why don't we do the final count?
Okay.
Let everybody know.
Should I go ahead and share my screen?
Wait a minute.
And we'll see what's here.
Oh, he's back.
No, that I thought what Bo's question was about the vote we're having now. It's not. Oh, Michelle has a question.
You know, I do. What if I'm noticing you have to vote on every category. What if on one or two categories you just didn't want to vote, but it didn't allow you then to submit the other votes? So what's the standards on that? Because I would actually, if I could abstain from one or two, I would, but I was sort of forced to vote whether I wanted to.
Yeah. So the ranking ones, it forces you because we're kind of limited in how SurveyMonkey works for tallying those. And if you were to abstain, then that could actually boost those candidates because it calculates where people rank them overall. So if you were to abstain, then it doesn't count it, as opposed to if you put them at the end, then it will make sure your other two candidates are above it. So that's just kind of a technical workaround. So that's why we have to require you rank everybody, even if you did want to abstain from those, just rank them last.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll wait for Michelle, and then we'll get the vote counted while we're waiting for Howie. Anyway.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Maybe my hotspot's working. It's not showing me. So I'm sounding good?
Yeah, you are.
Much better.
All right. So the question was, how do we deal with the COVID in the United States and globally? And I said to have any impact globally, we need to set a good example. And in this case, we're setting a bad example. So we need to do what a lot of countries have done, and that is scale up testing, contact tracing of everybody who's been in contact with those infected or who are infected, quarantine those people until they're not contagious. And that way we suppress community spread of the virus, and then we can go back to work and school with, public health recommendations of social distancing, masking, and so forth. And that's, I think, the first thing we need to do. The other thing is we gotta support people.
Uh-oh. We lost you, Howie.
Coming months. Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're breaking up when you started to talk about universal income, I think.
Well, we got to supply a guaranteed income above poverty, and then a rent and mortgage cancel. Are not hurt. So the money still flows, it's just people don't have it. We need a whole range of those programs until we get through the emergency.
Yeah.
And actually, in this case, we need to do what particularly Western Europe has done, but also a number of East Asian or Pacific Rim countries.
We lost you a bit, Howie, again.
They suppress the virus. So
When you said something about the Asian countries, that's when we lost you again.
yeah, European and Asian and Pacific Rim, like New Zealand as well. They didn't have to lock down for as long because they suppressed.
Exactly.
And the last thing I'll say is the Green New Deal, we need it now for economic recovery as well as climate protection. That massive public investment is how we're going to pull ourselves out of this hole.
Exactly. I agree with you. Because all other issues are moot if the climate, if we don't have an environment where we can live in.
Can I make a comment?
So are we
Sure.
frozen or are people just quiet?
You were frozen for a minute.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Howie, I think people don't seem to understand the statistics. The most important statistic is the percentage that is to say, the percentage of people who are testing positive, because it's over 5%. That means community spread is very great danger. So the number of cases isn't as important as the percentage. And also another statistic that's I think more important than anything else is the number of hospitalizations, because we're trying to keep the healthcare system from being overwhelmed. So you might want to bring that out if, in addition to the other points you've made. That concludes my remarks.
I heard the statistics on hospitals. I think you were getting at the infection rate in the first one, but
yes, that's right. The infection rate. That is that if you're in a location where the number of people testing positive is 20%, well, then there's a lot of serious community spread. If it's below 5%, then you're in a much better situation. So people don't seem to understand that it's not the number of cases as much as the percentage of people that are testing positive in a particular area.
It's called the R number. It's how many people, once you have COVID, you're expected to infect before you realize you have COVID.
See, if 20% of the people, for example, are testing positive in a particular county or whatever, that means that 1 in 5 people that I run into when I'm outside on the street probably have the virus. And so that makes it much more dangerous than if the percentage is less than 5% or 1%.
That's where contact tracing comes into effect. Because if we do proper contact tracing, and there were things that were, I'm cutting in on Howie, but there were things that were set up. I used to do disaster services, and we actually did training for pandemics. And there were things in place that were supposed to have happened that did not happen for this pandemic, because we've been expecting this pandemic for a long time now. Like they should have opened up certain facilities like for coliseums and stuff for public health, so that they could start hospitalizing people in there and keeping them separate from the hospital, so that there wasn't this cross-contamination going on. There should have been contact tracing all along. They do contact tracing for HIV and other stuff, so it's not this scary governmental thing. It's something that needs to be done, so that you know that if you've been exposed, you immediately isolate yourself. And so that way you're not exposing people. The R number, something called the R number, is the people you are expected, once you have COVID, you're expected to infect a certain number of people. I think with code, what we try to do with the R number is to put it at something like under 2 at best, under 1 at perfect, because that means we're killing off the virus. If we can keep it under 1, like 0.5 people you will infect. You want to go on with that, Howie?
Well, I think you go know a lot about it, certainly more than Donald Trump, and possibly more than Joe Biden. If Biden knows as much as you just told us, he hasn't shared it with us.
I am a certified contact tracer with Johns Hopkins University. Also, a lot of people in my family are in the medical community. One of my cousins is high ranking in doing the research to end COVID-19. And I've also lost family member to COVID-19, and my stepson had COVID-19.
I'm sorry to hear that about the loss. I've had some family members infected. They've so far they've come through, but they said it was no joke.
Well, it's been expected for a long time, because when I was doing disaster services, and this is back in, 10 years, more than 10 years ago, because it's back around Katrina, we did pandemic training. And everything that the United States had set up for pandemic training has not come to pass. Like, we've been expecting a pandemic. It's a natural thing that happens every 100 years or so. There's larger pandemics and smaller pandemics, and we've been expecting it. And all the stops that we had in place were like, I was expecting all these things to happen, and they never happened. So somewhere along the line, somebody didn't follow the plan. I wonder who, but there was a plan. And it was a pretty good plan, and it would have stopped the spread that is happening now in the United States, or it would have slowed it down and made our country more livable, safer, and it would have made our country less in a financial bind that we are in now. We've crumbled. It's taken us to our knees, and it's broken down the facade of what America is. A small little germ, a little virus, has shown us what we really are, and that we're built on sand.
I see a good question in the chat about how we can ensure our write-in votes are counted. And I think that should be part of the whole election integrity issue. The Republicans are promising to send, Trump thinks he's going to get sheriffs. He's going to get them if they're off duty. The Republicans are going to hire these people and go to polling places, try to intimidate people, particularly people in immigrant families, where some, mixed families, some are citizens, can vote, others are relatives that can't, may not have documents. So if they see somebody like that, they're going to turn around. They don't want to risk the people that don't have documents. And then there's the polling place issue. Old people don't want to go out in this pandemic. So some of the younger ones of us maybe should become poll workers and be in the polls, so they don't shut down the number of polling places. Tends to be in Black communities or districts that might vote Democratic if the Republicans, and I imagine they do in Indiana, have control of the election apparatus. I mean, what they've been doing, they've been stealing elections. I mean, it's very clear that Georgia election for governor, I mean, Kemp, he suppressed at least 500,000 votes, that most of which would have gone to Stacey Abrams. So in the Green Party, as a tradition, the Democrats won't step up like after the 2004 election in Ohio, the Cobb campaign did. Jill Stein after 2016. So this about is making sure the elections count, and making sure our votes are counted means being in the polling places or getting, I don't know how exactly it's organized in Indiana, but in New York, we have county boards of election, and we can watch them count. So, your party should be getting notices from the Board of Election as to when these things happen, or if you have candidates. but you can find out by asking. So I think the way we ensure is we watch them, count them, we ask about them in every county where we're organized, and just stay on top of them, and then make that part of the whole election integrity thing. Because Biden, I mean, Trump is toast unless he can steal the election. Biden is so far ahead in the polls. I mean, it's been nearly double digits consistently in the national polls and in most of the states that were battlegrounds last election. Now the battlegrounds have moved to places like Arizona and even Texas and Georgia. So, but it doesn't matter what people want if they can't vote. So I think that's an issue that we should all put into our plans. And, you know, if you can be a poll worker, be a poll worker and see it from the inside.
Folks, we have the votes in. So if we could save this conversation for our happy hour, you know, we're our social hour, because it is a very riveting conversation. Let's get the results of the votes. I'd like to get Marcus. We've invited him to play. I'd like to get him to play. And then if you could stick with us for social hour, Howie, we would love you to talk to you on all these issues because they are so vitally important. Is that okay?
I would like to. I'm on 3 deadlines. I need to give 2 quotes and then finish a cover letter to the FEC in terms of handling our matching funds that I need to do for my treasurer. But I mean, if somebody could, if we're gonna focus on the discussion, I'd be happy to do that. But I need to do some other work. So.
Well, we can have Marcus play. We're going to do the vote. We're going to get the results of our internal voting, and we'll have Marcus play, and then you can come back and return to us or leave that on. And when you're done, when we're done with everything, you can join us again, and we can have this conversation because it is a very important conversation we're having, and it's a very important connection that we have. A lot of the votes here in Indiana, the write-in votes, were not counted in certain counties. They were thrown out. And this is some of the stuff we need to address. So would that work for you, that we do we do our internal, the results of our internal vote, and then have Marcus entertain everybody, and then we just go on to having you back for our social hour afterward. That'll give you enough time to write up what you need to write up. And you can listen to some good music by my friend Marcus.
Okay, so I'll hang out, and when the music's over, I'll be ready.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Now on to the results of our Green Party voting. Adam?
All right, hold on. Let me just get it pulled up here.
Okay.
Make sure I share the right thing. I don't think I quite got it right when I did it earlier for Sarah's presentation.
Yeah, you can see what you were doing.
Yeah, you could see all the backstage production stuff there.
The man behind the curtain.
Okay. So can everybody see this okay?
All right.
Let's just refresh it here. Everybody's got their vote in, right? We said so. We've got 24 that have responded. We can make sure that these numbers are right if something fishy is going on here. I don't have any reason to believe it, but we'll probably check it just to make sure that nothing was going on. So here we go. Pluto, you got chair.
Wow.
Congratulations,
I'm
you got
shocked
100%.
and surprised.
The assistant chair, holy cow. That was, looks like Terry got it, not by much. So Terry was a score, so it ranks them, and it takes the average of where everybody had ranked them. So if there's a 4 and a 3, then that would put you at 3.5. So Terry got it with 3.13, and second place was Duncan. And then it was almost a tie for second, almost. So congratulations, Terry. Treasurer, David Wetterer, won in the landslide. Communications Director, Cassidy.
Yay, Cassidy.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Documentarian,
Absolutely.
Rand Paul.
Rand
Congratulations.
Paul, yeah.
That was close.
National Committee Delegate, we've got Sarah and Jeff. And I think Cassidy, since she got Communications Director, wouldn't have been a delegate anyway. So
yay for them too.
yay for Sarah and Jeff. Congratulations. And then the bylaws passed 91%, almost 92%.
Wow.
One no and one abstain. And then
That's
the last
great.
one, we won't even, I don't know, you guys even want to look at it?
We want to,
for the name change,
yeah,
even though it doesn't count.
it doesn't count. We'll look.
It was right at 50% is what it was, but my guess is that is going to change once it goes to committee. And so that one we voted, and that one's getting thrown to committee to discuss further. So congratulations, everybody. We'll take a closer look just to make sure there's no funny business going on with the votes, but it looks like it's pretty clear.
Thank you very much. And also we voted in, just to put it on the record, Anthony as volunteer coordinator and Michelle as media director.
Can I make a point?
Sure.
I think it got lost in the conversation, but there was a message from David saying that he would be willing to be the ballot access liaison if nobody challenged. So I don't know if we want to appoint him that position.
Do I have a second?
Harry seconds.
All in favor? I can't see the screen to do a count.
Oh, sorry.
So,
I was looking through that one more time.
can we bring it down so I can see the screen?
Yep.
All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, what was it?
All in favor of David being, what was it again?
Ballot access.
Ballot access.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Howie, raise your hand.
9. Let's see. Do I have any more people here? No, we're down to 20. We got, I see 9. Does anyone confirm that?
It's probably easier to ask if there's anyone opposed.
Are there any no's? Are there any nays? And how many abstain? Okay. Guess what, David? You get to do some more work.
Yeah.
You're doing ballot access. Congratulations.
David, since you are ballot access liaison and since you ran for office and had some experience petitioning, I'd like to encourage you to be a plaintiff on the lawsuit.
I am more than happy to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you, David. So somebody please record all the results here. And let me get down to this. I gotta get my paperwork out. Finally, somebody has been waiting on for a very, very, very long time. A friend of mine, Marcus Jade, is a blues musician, songwriter, poet, born into Indianapolis's eclectic DIY art and music scene. His music is medicine for the wandering mind, redemption for the soul for our modern times. My fellow Greens and friends, may I present Marcus Jade. Please hold your applause and comments till after his performance. Is he here now?
Yeah, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Oh, okay. I see you now.
Yeah, cool. I just want to say hello. Good evening. I've been listening the whole time, so I'm here. I'm live, and it's a pleasure to have you guys hearing me.
Thank you so much, Marcus.
Yeah, and thank you, Pluto. I appreciate you very much. I love you. Yeah, I just wanted to say just a little bit about me. I think the camera is on me. I can't really tell. Cool. Yeah, just a little bit about me, and yeah, and then I'm gonna just get into it. Born and raised from Indianapolis. If anybody's familiar with Indianapolis, I'm from the West Side, 38th High School, 34th Mola Road. Um, I went to IPFW, Purdue Fort Wayne for a little bit, but then I went to Columbia College. And after Columbia College, Chicago, I actually been in New York City for the past 6 years. And I really didn't start, I've been playing music pretty much all my life, but I really didn't take it serious until I went to New York City. And I'm fortunate that like I've managed to play a little bit of everywhere between Manhattan, the Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, and I played a lot before the quarantine. I played a lot on the East Coast, all the way up as far north as Maine, as far south as Florida, as far west as Colorado, as far south as in Texas. I was in Texas for a few months because I was going to tour for South by Southwest. And as you guys know, yeah, that didn't happen. But through that experience, I've been doing these live streams, and I've been fortunate to have my music broadcast in the UK, the United Kingdom. I'm also going to be playing in Wales as a live stream in Wales. Actually, tomorrow Monday. So that's like a whole thing. Yeah, I'm happy to be here because, like I said, I never really, I'm a Hoosier at heart, and I let people know that even having lived in Brooklyn for like the last 6 years. So you can take the kid out of the Hoosier state, but you can't take the Hoosier state out of the kid. So it's just a pleasure. Um, and then I'm also, like I said, I'm very honored to be here simply because I just been representing everywhere I go. I let people know I am from Indianapolis, and for all the things that everybody spoke about, I'm really proud because that's how I feel. I'm not gonna vote for anybody that doesn't represent trying to give Black people reparations, trying to make sure that the prison industry complex is over and done with, and to make sure the police are out here not killing people. Period. Black people, white people, anybody. It's not what they're supposed to be doing. And so I don't vote for anybody that doesn't represent my beliefs and my faith because I believe in protecting all people because all people have a right, especially Black people, especially indigenous people, especially people that are poor, hardworking, working class people because I come from that. And that's the thing that makes me proud to be from Indiana simply because it's like, it's a different type of work ethic being from Indiana that it is represented all around. You can take it from me because people still don't know where Indiana is in New York City, but they know that we work hard. So thank you. I'm gonna play a little bit. Yeah, the reason I just, I play different styles. I'm gonna play a series of pieces that I've wrote, and just take it in stride as like you're kind of getting like a nice little concert. So that's why I was like, just feel free to relax. Don't worry about having to applause or anything. Just so thank you very much, and I appreciate y'all. And let's just get into it. This is a song I wrote. Some of my songs come from a political importance. I like to feel that blues is political, period, so you just can't get away from it. And I wrote this while I was in Texas. I call it Blues for the People.
woke up this morning in a room all alone. They know it's killer nigga season. They all want me gone. I swear I'm living there. In these corona times, I swear if I can breathe, love, I think I'll lose my life. I know you see it on the news in each and every town. A black man trying to live his life, but they wanna gun him down. I swear I'm living in love. In these corona times, I swear if I can breathe, love, I'm gonna lose my life. So I pray to the Lord, said I ask her why. Why does my country want me to die? I swear I'm living in love. In these corona times, I swear if I can breathe, love, I'm gonna lose my life. Everybody on the streets, they all began to scream and shout. They know Black Lives Matters. What else is it about? I swear I'm living in love. In these corona times, swear if I can breathe, love, I'm gonna lose my life.
I wrote this next song about a family member of mine that was locked up in Plainfield Correctional Facility. And we did nothing but for most of his stint, we wrote letters. And so I wrote this song for him. And I wrote this song for anybody that knows somebody that's been locked down. So.
Got your letter this morning, reading out the words you found out words to say. Say you was in penitentiary, laying down in your bed. Say you spend your days reading books to keep your mind from growing up. Spend your days reading books to keep your mind from growing up. See your days are long and your nights leave you feeling numb. Got a 23-hour lockdown, an hour of the sun. You got a 23-hour lockdown now, and an hour of the sun. Crippled in the blind, wanna break out and run. I know you hear the screams of grown men in the middle of the night. You hear the screams of grown men in the middle of the night. Warden and them guards never ever treat you right. Lord, I miss you so much. Free all my niggas locked down. Lord, I miss you oh so much. Free all my niggas locked down. I can't wait for you to get out and have your family around. Pluto, how am I looking on time? If you don't mind answering that question for me.
You can keep going, don't worry.
Cool. I just want to tune up to another little piece. Like I said, thank you so much for letting me speak on this platform.
Thanks for sticking around.
No, thank you for sticking around. Some white people are too sensitive. This is the part where they leave. That's factual. But it's just good music. I ain't trying to hurt nobody.
This is the good part.
It is very good.
Yes, it's great.
Okay. You gotta excuse me, old trusty. Sometimes she do a hoot and holler in a different tune. I wrote this song in a basement apartment in Brooklyn around the same time Mike Brown died. And that was the time that it really pissed me off because I was tired. I was tired when Trayvon Martin got shot. I was tired when Tamir Rice got shot. I was tired when my uncle got killed by the police. I've been tired. But it's so prevalent. I don't think anybody like really kind of understands that, like, you know, 1 out of I keep having the statistics fall away from me. I'm so bad about it. I don't want to throw statistics at you. I want to play music. But the point of this song is that I'm tired of it. And this song goes out to, like I said, it goes out to everybody. This goes out to you too, Pluto. I love you, man. Don't, keep doing what you're doing. So proud of everybody that I've known for all these years. So I'm glad that we all have made it to this point. So I'm gonna play it. This song is called Black Life Blues. Don't worry so much about my plan. Just it's about the words.
You see they shut him down as they stood over him. Oh yes, they shut him down as they stood over him. His mother cried as she laid in his bed. Oh yes, his mother cried as she lay in his bed. But then you watch it on the news, and it's like another soul is gone away. I said, you watch it on the news, and it's like another story's gone away. That's why we're marching on the streets. Can you hear us? Because we're tired now, we're tired now of our brothers being hurt. Did you hear that white boy, how he shot the school the other day? And the whole world wanna give him help. Did you hear that white boy, he shot the school today? And yet they wanna give him help. In the midst of all that, I see the police get away the noise. And the dog whistlers to distract you. From the noise. I got the black life blues, and I'm afraid to leave my home. I said I got the black life blues, and I'm afraid, and I'm afraid, and I'm afraid to leave my This next little song, I wrote it after really reading a lot of political philosophy. Most importantly, Frederick Engels and Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto and the 10-point program from the Black Panthers. Souls of Black Folk, Soul on Ice, Sante Secor, Angela Davis, and I kind of wrote this song for that. Thank you for listening. Hello, Mr. Proletariat. Have you come to put your wages up? Working classes marching down the line. All I know from trying to find some time. Look at yourself, Mr. Bourgeoisie. Stealing all the wealth in front of me. Scientists in anarchy, suppose, but dialectics tells me no one knows. And the liberals keep telling me be calm. Just take my hand, I'll teach you to be normal. And executives become the head of state just to help the capitalists create. See, I have no place in this democracy. I I'm still 3/5 of society. Systematic compression has arose. Just look how you destroyed a happy home. My grandfather built the levees just so you can tear it down on me. Look at all the lives that we have lost. All the while we continue to pay the cost. And the liberals keep telling me be gone. Just take my hand, I'll teach you to be normal. And executives become the head of state just to help the capitalists create. Go to the White House. I need to sign all of those bills that give me my rights, 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 rights. I wanna go to the marches. I wanna scream out your name. I wanna fight, 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 fight. Speak like I'm Malcolm, and I'm gonna but die not in vain. I'ma join this fight, 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 fight. And I wanna breathe like I'm Martin, and I wanna die but not in shame. I'ma join this fight, fight, fight.
It's amazing, man.
Thank you. Do I have time for one more?
Yeah, you do. Everybody in the chat is wanting to know how to follow you, Marcus.
Sure, I would love to just like put all my information on there. Actually, like I had like a little snippet. So if let's see, that stops pulling up.
I'm kind of looking online to give them a link to follow you with.
I have a Patreon where I have 68 patrons and counting, and I have a Bandcamp as well. Where
That's right. Put my cash in it.
I really appreciate that very much. And below at Marcus J Music is where you can find me on Instagram. And then these few little snippets right here are just my Cash App, my Venmo, and my PayPal. Independent, self-working, hard-working artist that has been black since 1991 in the struggle, in the grind. Every dollar counts simply because for every $5 a black man has, a family of white people have 100. So every dollar counts with me. So thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Anything that is given is always remembered. Yeah, this is the last song that I just wanted to share. And then after that, I appreciate y'all letting me be in this whole, let me be in the Zoom chat. And yeah, like I'm always posting things on my Patreon. I'm always releasing exclusive content. I am not supported. I have one album on Spotify, but Spotify does not support artists. Bandcamp supports artists. Most of my music is pay what you wish. If you gave me $1, which I appreciate, if you gave me $2, you gave me $4, it doesn't matter. It goes to my music. So like that's where it really counts. So like, thank you. Like I mean it, thank you. I've been alive because of music. So I'm gonna play this last song and then that's it. Thank you.
Always scared of the night, thinking somebody's coming after me. But it never ever serves me right. It just leaves me there suffering. I just try to write a simple song to talk about my loneliness. If there ever is a decent time to expand on my confidence. But you know I'm just a brave little lion heart roaming through the jungle. A curly like champion, rumble young man, rumble. I see you got your body go, but you forgot to make some friends. Spent a decade of your life working for an inflated mortgage. The car you were saying when you give more than you can. Yeah, the devil when they see the blood stand on your head. Don't you know you're just a well-off citizen with a burden on your shoulders? Walking in a legacy, getting colder and colder. Stand up for yourself the moment that you feel betrayed. You start to cry out for freedom when you start to feel like a slave. But let me tell you something, Uncle Sammy doesn't care, no, no. He just wants your decent dime. Don't you know we're just living on a back door? Balance said only fade. With the ego trying to think you over, everything is at stake. I'm living on a back door. Balance said only fade. Ego trying to take you over, everything is at stake. Ooh, just walk with me now, Lord, have mercy. Hallelujah. Just walk with me now, Lord, have mercy. Yeah. Hallelujah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, Marcus.
Amazing.
Thank
I
you.
am so happy you joined us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me.
And I hope you stick around for social hour with Amanda there and stuff.
You know, I'm here. I'm here. So
Yeah, I know.
even if the mic is muted and the video is off, I can hear it.
All right.
So we in a party. I'm in the mix.
You just got everyone all stirred up. Everyone wants to know more about you.
Oh man. This is one of those things, huh? I mean, if this is like a Q&A moment, all right. But yeah, thank y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, folks, it's officially social hour. I don't know if we want to broadcast that. Maybe we should just kind of zip out. But I'm
Do you have any
kind
final
of
remarks, Pluto?
I'm kind of like confused a little bit because I know Howie's going to have some really interesting stuff to say, you know, and I want to keep that recorded. But also, you know, kind of like a chill out time too.
Could we let Howie have a little more time to see if he wants to say anything else?
Oh, I'm sure, you know, that he's sticking around for our social hour just to socialize with us. So maybe he wants to do a little Q&A before we start socializing. It's up to Howie. I can't, Howie, you're muted, huh? Let's see.
I said, that sounds good, Q&A.
All right, everybody start Q&Aing with Howie here.
Could I start off?
Sure.
Howie, my name is Randy Paul. I'm running for county commissioner in Indiana, in Monroe County. You know, I had a discussion with our election board down here. I was concerned about having poll workers at the polling sites to make sure that both our votes are counted, and was told that poll workers would not be allowed unless they declared themselves either Democrat or Republican. And I cannot get somebody in the polling site to make sure that our votes are being counted. I assume you've heard about that before. Any suggestions about how to fight that?
Well, I can tell you what we have in New York. We have poll workers. You have to be Democrat or Republican. That was the tradition, but since they're having trouble filling the poll workers, some Greens have got in. But for a long time, they'd say you can't do it if you're a Green. The other thing we can do is have poll watchers, and the candidate gets a certificate from the Board of Election, and that person is allowed to be inside, you know, the polling place where they check people's registration, and they can observe. And what we do there is they got a list of people we know we want to vote, and they check them off as they come in. And then about 2 p.m, those that haven't voted yet, we start going out and calling them and giving them rides to the polls. So I don't know Indiana law, but there's a provision in New York law where the candidates can fill out this form and say, this was my representative to observe the election in the polling place.
Yeah, because my concern is to have somebody in the place when they're counting the votes. And so far, I've been told I can't have somebody there.
Yeah, every state has its own laws, so I can't, I'm not
Okay.
familiar with Indiana's.
Okay.
Randy, I know we can have poll watchers, which,
Right.
they're not a paid position, and there's a way that we can get them the credentials. I think they have to have, it comes from the state or the chairman of the local group, maybe. I think Adam may know more specifics about that, but we should definitely get poll watchers in all the precincts in your area.
The last election in the Fort Wayne area, I called up the Board of Elections and asked if we could witness them counting the vote. And they said we were allowed to witness it, but we had to look through a glass window while they did it. So we were allowed to watch them count the write-in vote, which keeps them a little bit more honest because, when Jill Stein ran, where I am, Allen County had the greatest number of votes in the state.
But I don't know if George is still here, but I think George had a problem when he ran for Secretary of State of votes being not counted.
Yeah,
So,
that was definitely a problem, that the write-in votes were not counted.
okay.
And so we do need people volunteering to go there and observe them counting the vote.
And we need to ask our the people that voted to check and see how many votes were counted. Like every vote they should be able to see if their vote was counted. So they should check, and if it's not, they should report that.
Right.
Okay.
We should, if we could, and we don't have the manpower, but we should have people exiting polling everybody, because that way we can put it against the write-in count. And no, because there's been places where they've had like 0 write-in, and a lot of people have turned around and said, hey, no, we wrote in a vote here.
That's what I'm afraid of.
So they're throwing out votes, which is highly illegal. Probably should call in the UN, but what the hell,
Okay, thanks.
We just got a question on the website, Howie, and it says when people are writing in your name, I think I know the answer to this already, but we'll see if you have anything. They're asking, do you write Howie or Howard for your first name? And will they count both? And do you know?
Right in Howie, it depends on the state. Some states construe that stuff liberally and some don't. So I don't know, again, in this case, Indiana law. But I'm thinking one thing it needs to be a simple, it could even be a business card that says, you want to vote for the Greens, here's how you spell Howie, Hawkins, and Angela Walker. And you can do it, and where you can do it on the ballot, just so people know. I imagine is probably got Indiana, right?
Say that again, you're kind of breaking up. Howie, we can't really hear you.
We do have a graphic we circulated for Jill Stein that really helped people. We made it, like, as you said, wallet size that they could take into the poll with them, that told them how to write in a vote. It showed them graphically how to write in the vote and how to put her name in there. And we're probably going to do that for your name too, and spread that around as much as possible.
I did check with the Elections Commission about that. What if they put Howard instead of Howie, and they said in Indiana it's voter intent that rules. So if they're counting it and they know who the voter is voting for or writing in, that it will count.
Mm-hmm.
Still with us, Howie?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You never know if you get frozen. Do we have any more questions that we can throw at Howie?
Yeah, I have one.
Go ahead.
Howie, how is Medicare for All playing nationwide on the stump? Does it need a lot of explaining, or do people understand it?
People pretty much understand it.
it doesn't need explaining. I mean, the Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren in the Democratic primaries, you know, people got a good national audience. So that slogan is one that, you know, of course, we want a particular form of Medicare for all, better than Bernie and certainly Elizabeth Warren. But the basic idea is you have a public program like Medicare, everybody's covered, everybody in, nobody out. That's what people are for. And the polling shows people are for it. So it does resonate. I think it's probably along with the Green New Deal, the top we can use, you know, just giving people the elevator speech.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Joe does a lot of Medicare for All work in Northwest Indiana. We have a big coalition here in Northeast Indiana too. The North is covered.
Oh, Joe's. Guys, I guess I have another question that we all might be interested in. One thing we hear a lot on social media, online, is that people, you know, it's the most important election ever. You hear it every 4 years. You know, we have to vote for the lesser of two evils. We got to get Trump out. What's your big selling point? I've been telling people that the Green Party, if you get 5% of the popular vote, then we qualify for federal grants at the next election. So that makes it right there not a wasted vote. And then also, I know certain states have a threshold like 2% and you're granted automatic ballot access. That's not the case in Indiana, but it is in other states, which means it's, again, not a wasted vote. Is there anything else that you add to that when people say, well, you have to vote for Joe?
No, the strongest vote against Trump is a Green vote. And the Democratic statement that a vote for the Greens is a vote for Trump is contrary to the logic you learn in first grade, where you got three baskets. This one's for apples, this one's for pears, and this one's for peaches. You know, where the peach basket say? It's not the pear basket for Donald Trump. So a vote for us is a vote for us. It's not a vote for Donald Trump. So it's just a logical fallacy. It's hyperbole, and you got to say, hey, let's be reasonable here. Let's talk. Let's deal with reality. And then the second thing is, so you're going to vote against Trump. What are you going to do with your vote? Are you going to give it away to Joe Biden and get lost in the sauce? So if you support Medicare for all and a Green New Deal, everybody assumes you don't because you voted for Joe Biden, who opposes those things. Or you silence your voice. You dilute your power. Or you're going to vote for what you want and let the public know where you stand and let the politicians come to you. That's our leverage. And then, you know, you get the phrase vote shaming. You know, they're vote shaming us. And I say shame them right back, you know, particularly the progressives. If you're a progressive, how can you vote for Joe Biden? You know, vote against Trump by voting for the Greens. Vote for Medicare for All, Green New Deal, tuition-free public college and trade school, and the whole program. And even you can, I've been repeating Bernie's thing. We're for racial, social, economic, and environmental justice. The Democrats are not. And you can point out things like they never uttered Medicare for All or a Green New Deal in 4 days of speeches. They are telling you progressives, we got you in our back pocket and you got no power, so shut up, sit down, and vote for us. And that's, you know, have some self-respect if you're a progressive of any kind. So those are the kinds of things I say. And if it gets deeper, like I was telling this to Cornel West on his podcast the other night, you can't rely on the Democrats to fight. He was calling them fascists. And I told him, hey, those are the same old racists we've had since the Dixiecrats. And Goldwater was mobilizing the white backlash. And because we didn't achieve the economic human rights that were on the agenda with the civil rights movement, as it turned from, as they said, civil rights to human rights, because we failed then, because we spent the money in Vietnam and went to that stupid war instead of a war on poverty, because we failed then, now the white backlash is in the White House. And under Johnson, they had both houses and a Democratic president. They didn't get any of those things. You know, Medicare for all. They call it national health insurance back in those days. They got it for seniors. That's it. They compromised. And you can go through the other issues. And then the other thing I pointed out to Cornell is, who was it that went to Stone Mountain, Georgia, the spiritual home of the Ku Klux Klan, where Nathan Bedford Forrest and Robert E. Lee and those others are carved into the mountain like it's the Southern or the Dixiecrat Mount Rushmore. And Clinton, when he unveiled his law and order platform running for president, he did it at Stone Mountain, and they marched out a bunch of prisoners to stand as a backdrop, most of them black. That was Bill Clinton. I mean, I don't even think Donald Trump would do that today. And then, you know, you can keep going on with examples like that. Why the hell, you know, if you want to get rid of Trump, why didn't you impeach him a long time ago? He's got a rap sheet a mile long. He's hurt workers, consumers, the environment, threatened peace. You could have mobilized the public around that. Instead, Pelosi didn't want to do it because she wanted to protect her so-called purple district, Trump district Democrats. So that's them accommodating. Clinton called it triangulating. They still triangulating. So there's a lot to say there. It just depends on how deep you can get into the conversation. But I think the short one is, how are you going to vote against Trump? You're going to vote for a neoliberal hawk, a balanced budget conservative like Joe Biden, or for the progressive platform of the Green Party?
I've often heard the new thing that they're doing is saying it's a privilege to vote third party, that you're acting privileged, and it's actually acting privileged to vote for the liberals, the Democratic Party, because what you're saying is everything was fine before, and we just want it back to where we're not being bothered by stuff. And everything was not fine before. Everything was really bad, except maybe for the privileged few. And we don't want that. We want it fine for everybody.
Yeah, I've used that argument against, you know, Noam Chomsky and that other professor down in LA, Dreyer, who was going after Bhaskar Sankara, who said he would vote for me in New York. And, you know, they tried to guilt, you know, people for being privileged. And I think our response is, yeah, the privileged are all right under Biden, but not the struggling working class, the people of color, for whom the status quo ante is still pretty damn bad. You know, half of Black America lost half its wealth during the Obama administration because the banking industry, the mortgage servicing companies were stealing their homes through, you know, mortgage fraud, predatory lending and foreclosure and robo-signing. And because they weren't prosecuted, one of the big ones in that field, and Wilbur Ross, another big one, are now the cabinet secretaries of Commerce and Treasury. They should be in jail, or at least, you know, have been in jail. Instead, they're back in business. And you know about Kamala Harris getting money from Steve Mnuchin after she dropped about 1,000 counts of mortgage fraud and foreclosure law violations that One West, that Mnuchin was heading. Her staff brought those charges. She declined to prosecute. And that's when she was Attorney General of California. And then when she ran for Senate, Mnuchin gave her $2,000.
Anthony has a question. I believe his hand's up.
Yes. My question for Howie, thank you for joining us today. My question is that I feel like in, you know, if you want to say this is the media or what this is, I feel like the perception nationally of the Green Party is that we are anti-science, that we are here with our crystals and we are meditating our way through cancer, and that we have a problem with vaccines. I was wondering, what is your policy on vaccines, and how do you feel the Green Party should move forward in embracing a pro-science policy regarding healthcare?
Yeah, well, that's the way Angela and I put it out in one of our coronavirus statements. It needs to be a science-based response. And of course, Trump was an easy target in that regard. And we do have people, you know, in the Green Party who are anti-vaccine. I am not. I oppose that. And like Jill, you know, the FDA should do a proper job in approving vaccines. There is that, you know, swine flu virus vaccine that Ford rushed out in his administration, and it got some people very sick. Didn't go through the full phase 3 testing. We don't want that, but that doesn't mean we're anti-vaccine. We're just pro-good vaccine, properly tested, and you know, proven to be safe and effective. And I think, you know, 5G and microwave radiation should be studied. There are issues to be concerned about, but it's not going to kill us all right now, like some people out there are saying. And then it gets really crazy. I mean, there was a rumor back in April, one of these conspiracy, I don't call them theories, I call them fantasies, conspiracy fantasy that because it's a coronavirus and 5G has a radiation corona, therefore it's causing the coronavirus illness. I mean, that was crazy. But unfortunately, there is an element, and it's not just the Greens, it's on the left, where people try to simplify their understanding things down to a simple conspiracy that there's some bad people out to get us, and we just get rid of them, everything's all right. Problems are much more systemic. And I think it's an issue you're identifying, and we need to, you know, particularly after Trump, we need to be saying, you know, science is our friend and we need to use it, not disregard it. So I hope that answers your question.
I think it does, and if I may add, then it seems that the argument should be that we are pro-science. Our problem with the issue is that sometimes the science is manipulated by big business.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you.
Science for the people.
I believe Joe Kahn has his hand up and is mute on.
I already asked my question about Medicare for all. Thanks.
Okay, I'll lower that then. Anyone else have any questions? Tracy.
Yes, I have a question. I posted it on the side. I don't know if anybody saw it, but my question is, if you follow me on Facebook, I've been posting Joe Biden things, and I've been called everything from Trump, a Russian supporter, a troll, seeking attention. But my question is, a lot of the criticism I see for Medicaid for all is that if you're for it, it's just a freebie program and you're lazy and you just want everything handed to you. How do you go about addressing that? Because I seriously have no idea how to address that. And I would just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, healthcare should be a human right, not a commodity you have to buy or die. Like public education. Nobody says we should charge people to go to public schools. It means some things should be provided as public services. And actually, it's not free. We pay for it with our taxes. But that actually saves us money because we're now paying with our taxes for Medicare, Medicaid, and TRICARE for the military and the VA for the veterans. So we're already paying a lot of public health care, and we're paying premiums, co-pays, deductibles, and out-of-pocket expenses for things that aren't covered. So we're actually paying more than we would if we all just put it into a public system where the administration is simplified and it saves a lot of money. So it's not free, we pay for it with our taxes, but this is the more efficient way to deliver that service than to do it through the private sector. And I would say it's like education. Yeah, education is expensive, but you know what's more expensive? Ignorance.
Also, I will add that all these medical breakthroughs and cures and uh, medicines that we have coming through are publicly funded. And basically what Big Pharma is doing is making us pay for something we already paid for. Because it was through our public funds, we paid for insulin, we paid for different medications that cure different diseases or treat different diseases. And somehow Big Pharma has figured out how to make us pay twice. We pay for the research, we pay for the production, and then we pay to buy that from someone who stepped in, Big Pharma. They've already been paid. They were paid to do the research. That medicine should be coming to us at the price that it costs to make it, or no price at all. Any other questions? Great stuff. Oh, Terry.
Terry has her hand up.
Howie, I would like to know what the Indiana Green Party can do to raise awareness for your campaign, your write-in campaign.
Letters to the editor, I think, is something everybody can do. They are read more than most sections of the newspaper, more than the news itself. And that's an opportunity to get a, short statement of support and raise awareness. And you can pick your issue. A simple framework is, Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker, the Green Party ticket, are for Medicare for all. Joe Biden and Donald Trump are not. They like short letters. That's just a simple way to give people a good reason to vote for us. But I would say letters to the editor is something we all can do. I like the idea of the piece of literature that was described that you have for Jill Stein, how to do the write-in. I think to the extent you can do real canvassing, call, lists, whether it's your neighborhood or it's a peace network, that's an issue right there, peace activists. Do you have any peace groups? Start talking to those people. Like, are you going to vote for Joe Biden, who's for the nuclear modernization program that's decentralized the whole world and had the bullets and atomic scientists bring his doomsday clock the closest it's ever been to midnight? Who's right there with Trump on that? I mean, you're a peace activist? Are you going to vote for peace, or are you going to vote for nuclear arms race and these endless wars? I mean, that's a constituency. There's an environmental issue, the Greens are the environmental party. So, you can go to these different groups and build lists of supporters. I assume most of you have been involved in, election campaigns. It's about identifying your support and making sure to vote on election day. So do that. Keep those lists for yourself and your own organizing, but share them with our campaign, and we will give them national messaging to reinforce what you're doing locally. And that's another thing. I see too many Greens. They'll go out and get names. They'll be, have a table. They'll have a sign up, and then they don't communicate with them until the election comes. And people are like, "Well, where you been the last?" I signed up, at the farmers market 2 years ago, and I never heard from you till now. Even if people are not responding when you send them, e-messages, they appreciate the fact that they're out there and you want to talk to them. And some people are, they get lots of email. They might be reading our stuff and just not responding. I do that with a lot of people. I don't have time to answer all this email, but then people get mad at me because I don't respond. But hey, I mean, there's some great emails I read all the time. They just don't know it. But what I'm saying is you got to stay in touch with people and build relationships.
That's very important. I see Joe Kahn has his hand up again. Is he just hitting buttons, or do you have a question?
Not so much a question. I'm messaging Tracy here. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Do we have any more questions for Howie? Why don't we cut the live feed then, and this will be the ending of this, and then we'll go on to the social hour where we just hang out and chill out a little bit. I'd like to thank everybody who came to the Indiana Green Party Congress. I really want to thank the outgoing coordinating committee and welcome in the new coming in coordinating committee. It's what you've done is really important work and really helpful. And I know you've sacrificed a lot, and thank you very much for stepping up and volunteering. We need more Greens stepping up and volunteering. The Green Party is not a sit back and relax organization. It is built on the blood, sweat, and tears of activists, and you need to keep that tradition going. You need to be active in your community. You need to stand up, when you see injustices. You need to be outspoken. And so I'm hoping to see much more activity and activism from the Indiana Green Party. I'd like to thank you all for coming today. Good night.
Okay. Good to see y'all.
All right. Well, we're going to do social hour now. So if you want to be social, stick around.
We'll be right back.